Good morning. We welcome you to our regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. We will begin with a Pledge of Allegiance led by Clerk Treasurer Amy Bergens.
You can all stand with me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll begin with general public comment. This is for matters that are not on the agenda, or if you can't be here when we have a matter on the agenda later in the agenda, you can speak to it now. Each person will have 3 minutes, and we ask that you keep your comments to matters within our jurisdiction. You can see our timer up here. After 2.5 minutes, you'll hear a beep, and the yellow light will go on, and after 3 minutes, your time is done. There are other restrictions on public comment, and you can read those in the agenda. And so we will begin public comment. Welcome.
Good morning. I'd like to talk about roads and drainage.
Can you state your name, please, sir?
Robert Pullman,
Thank you.
Minden, for your information. Having looked at the supplement that was submitted last night to everybody over the internet, it was obvious that the original design concept for drainage that was a groove for Muller Parkway was sound. But I can say today, you couldn't build Muller Parkway for the money that was available.
So we do have that agenda item later.
Let me go to the end. You will see.
If you speak to that now, then you won't speak to it later.
I'm not
So
talking
go ahead,
about
sir.
today's agenda. That's moot at this point.
Okay.
According to the original design, if you had built curbs, gutters, the drainage would have taken the water from the west side of the road to the east side, into the ditches, and then into the Virginia Canal. Good concept. The roadway was going to be a dam to keep the water from going into the ranch. Well, it's sort of interesting. Once you look at those type of things with the flood water, in order, and it's moot point at this point because most of the road has been built in the middle across the ranch. So, in order to fix this now, the county will ask us to create a utility fee. And once it's approved, it could be maybe raised just a little bit more, and then a bond issued against it to build the detention basins that need to be built to control the water on Buckeye Creek and Pine Knot Creek. That's where the bottom line leads at this point. And you had an outside consultant that told you that you couldn't control the water just by along the roadway. You had to go out into the pine nuts and fix it at its source. The only thing that I don't quite understand is whatever agreements are going to be made with Bentley Ranch to take the excess water that normally would not have come down into the area because you're now developing it. So how you vote this afternoon is moot to me because the real thing is to get the groundwater or the flood water lowered.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Ms. Christensen.
Hi, Rachel Christensen, Ruinstrath resident. This serves as a formal public record of my concerns regarding the recent decision by Charla, Mark, Jennifer, amongst many others in the county, to change the maintenance responsibilities for Smelter Creek, particularly as it affects the property owners in the Ruinstroth area. You have unilaterally decided that property owners along Smelter Creek are now responsible for its maintenance, which includes setting to grade, determining the depth, and ensuring the slope meets OSHA standards. This represents a significant shift, as property owners were previously informed that they were prohibited from performing maintenance, which was instead handled by Douglas County. This new requirement is complicated because the creek's depth is dictated by Douglas County water well pipe that crosses Smelter Creek on private property. As stated at the town hall meeting on Tuesday, that was not on public record, the minimum 42-inch burial requirement for this pipe effectively sets this depth for the creek cleanout. It is unclear how individual property owners with drainage easements are expected to consistently determine the required depth of the creek without having to repeatedly access private property and excavate to locate the pipe. This maintenance requirement places property owners in a logistically impossible and overly burdensome position.
Ms. Casey, welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Maureen Casey, Chair of the Douglas County Planning Commission. I'd like to speak to item 11.1 on your agenda. It's for presentation only. I want to say that Lucille Rayo has been a pleasure to work with these past 7 years. I don't think I'm speaking out of school when I speak for the entire Planning Commission that her professionalism, her sense of humor, her patience, and just her overall presence has been a joy all these years, and that she has been with the county for 20 years is no surprise. The county would not let her go. That she said the last meeting that she's good for another couple of years. I hope that's just a statement, and that she's good for at least another 5. Maybe 10, that we don't want to see her sell herself short. Lucille, thank you for everything, and we look forward to seeing you next month. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Waller.
Good morning, Ellie Waller, North County resident, former 20-year Lake Tahoe resident. Just to be clear, I'm concerned about impacts and making sure proper mitigations are planned that appropriately address identified and analyzed issues for the Tahoe-Douglas area plan. I'm concerned about the potential budget constraints for this project. I'm concerned about the level of environmental analysis currently proposed, as I believe an initial environmental checklist will not sufficiently address the cumulative impacts, especially where allowing up to 65 feet in height for affordable housing units where multifamily zoning is allowed in residential zones. Is there a citizen residence or stakeholder group that has already been convened for input to the not yet released TDAP? The stakeholders should be identified for full transparency to avoid further distrust in the process, as evidenced with the South Shore area plan not having nearby or residents as stakeholders. Additional stakeholders from various neighborhoods should be included in the TDAP. If you were living in the Tahoe-Douglas area plan boundary, wouldn't you want to be part of your future planning efforts that directly affect you? The Tahoe-Douglas area plan and Barton proposed hospital and healthcare sub-district processes need to be more transparent and include more people that really are affected. Just an FYI for the public and those listening here today, completion of the draft environmental impact statement for the Barton Hospital project is on hold while Barton works with Cleveland Clinic teams to integrate their expertise through design for the hospital. To be very, very clear, the Cleveland Clinic is not a partnership with Barton on their proposed hospital, just advisory and capacity for design. The staff, county manager, et cetera, need to reach out to decision makers, the planning commissioners, the board of commissioners, and take ownership of this area plan and the yet to be approved Barton proposal and amendment to the South Shore area plan, in my opinion. These area plans, past, present, and possibly future boards continue not to draft memorandums of understanding where Douglas County should be lead agency, allowing its citizens to address their elected officials. I strongly urge that the county hire dedicated staff. That's my broken record. Why do we, the people, continue to participate just to be told by local jurisdiction We took your recommendations into consideration, but we're choosing to adopt TRPA maximums. It's because we, the people, embrace that, live in these unique communities, still want to have a say-so in community character. Lastly, where are the actual community wants and aspirations for future planning represented in the outcomes and approvals of processes, workshops in the Valley and in Tahoe? Thank you.
Mr. Gibson, welcome.
Jason Gibson, on behalf of the House of Gibson, on behalf of the Foundation for the Law of Time, New Nevada State Assembly. For those of you who are present today, you're witnessing the most profound social transformation in the history of a country that is now broke as a joke, doing business as United States Incorporated. Douglas County is nothing other than a municipal node in the de facto governance of the state of Nevada. The state of Nevada is nothing more than a node in the de facto governance of the United States of America. These vertical stripes are distinct from the horizontal stripes that you're all fond of. We are standing on the land as living men and women to remind you that last year, during Passover, at the footsteps of the Attorney General's office, we had a 250th year commemoration of the United States Constitution and the Constitution for Nevada State. We invited public servants from Douglas County, peace officers, yourself included. This is regards to your oath and your pledge, Charla Hells. With regards your obligation in your service contract, and not a single representative from Douglas County appeared to support the commemoration of the state of Nevada, Nevada State, or the United States Constitution, because it is not a constitutional form of governance. It is an unlawful misrepresentation of the goodwill of the people of our country and our county. And we are here today to populate the record once again so that it can be molested, censored and deleted by Mark Jackson through his representative Douglas Ritchie, who has knowingly omitted documentation that is supposed to be on record at these Board of County Commissioner meetings, and that they've practiced the same maladministration in our courts and in the so-called Justice Law Enforcement Center that they've committed you to $70 million in bonds to. Now, last year on the record in this chamber, the Indigent Defense Services came forward and exposed the fact that contractors supposed to be providing services defending the people against false accusations, false arrests, and misrepresentations were being bribed at $1,700 an hour, and that they were billing the county knowingly for these services and these contracts, and how the board endorsed the maladministration and granted over $1 million to agents who were knowingly being bribed to misrepresent people like me. It's also on the record that the head of the Indigent Defense Services, Justin Klauser, openly admitted that there is a nationwide crisis in this country when it comes to the enforcement of our basic civil rights and our constitutional rights to due process and competent representation. And these documents will show that what you're doing
Your time is up.
over. It's over.
Is there any other general public comment? Mr. Slade, welcome.
Jim Slade. I appreciated the opportunity yesterday to meet with the county manager at my request to discuss stormwater issues facing the county. I'm glad to report that we both felt that we agreed on about 80% of what we talked about. While admitting that Ms. Davidson would likely phrase things differently, here's what I believe we agreed on. One, the reason that the county's list of historical stormwater events did not include any alluvial flash flooding in East Valley from 1872 to 1991 was, according to the county, quote, largely due to the limited amount and location of development in the area. Two, beginning in the 70s and 80s, previous boards of county commissioners approved several developments in East Valley in known alluvial flood paths. 3, those boards did not require the developers to build any detention ponds for their projects, which would have been the first line of defense against future flooding. 4, if those prior boards had not approved building in those alluvial floodplains or had required the developers to build detention ponds, the damage from alluvial flash flooding would have been much less. And 5, if the county had commenced corrective action and funding in the early 90s, after 3 alluvial flash floods in 4 years, the costs and challenges facing the county today would have been greatly diminished. I personally would add that to those issues, many of which occurred in the last century, have continued into this one, notably in what I have often referred to as the worst board decision this century, the legally dubious transfer of receiving area from Topaz to the flood-prone area of East Valley with up to 2,500 homes on Park Ranch land. What the county manager and I didn't agree on was what the county should do about the threat of future alluvial flash flooding and how it should be paid for. Should the county strive to prevent all flash flooding, which could in reality be a 100-year or even 500-year flood? At what cost, given that some would consider the recent proposals to be prohibitively expensive? The federal government has determined that some of the county proposals do not meet their cost-benefit analysis, since too few people would be affected to justify the high cost of certain projects. Shouldn't the county use that analysis as well? Then there's a tricky of how the cost should be allocated. While I agree that creating 6 small special assessment districts makes no sense, it seems like the idea of one large one has not been considered. Should those most affected pay a higher rate? What groups should be excluded? Should the residents get to vote on a new utility fee, which many consider a tax? You must carefully consider all these issues before you. Lastly, the county has repeatedly stated that everyone in the county is potentially affected by flash floods in East Valley because it might possibly lead to a massive Carson River flooding event, which is why all residents should pay the utility fee. I feel that doomsday scenario is so unlikely that it should be considered an extreme outlier and disregarded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Welcome, Mr. Jackson.
Jim Jackson. Wasn't really going to say anything today, but I thought I'd just show up for the fireworks because it looked like it from what was posted online. But I can't just sit there and not say anything. First off, this doesn't belong here, so we'll take that down. We have a problem up on Fremont, and it's not the normal problem. We have vehicles that don't like the speed limit. So when they get stuck behind the trucks or behind me following a truck that's following the speed limit, they tend to cross over the double yellow line at very high speeds, and this has happened almost every day for the past 2 weeks. Now, since we've had all this rain, there's not as many trucks moving down there, so the traffic is moving fairly good. But one of these days, they're crossing that double yellow line where you cannot see because you're down in the dip. There's going to be a head-on up there. And so I think something needs to be done about it and everything. The other thing, getting back to problems that we've had in the past about the trucks not being covered. I was traveling down Fremont, heading north. There was a tandem trailer coming south at a rather high speed, and it was raining, and everybody says, well, the trucks, they don't need to be covered because of this and that. It was wet. The truck was fairly wet, and my car got pelted with whatever he was carrying in there, sand or DG or whatever it was. Not dust. This was actual sand or something pelting us because he was traveling so fast down that road that it was picking up the material in the truck and throwing it out as it was wet. Now, we've been told in the past that they're going to put water on the trucks when it's in the hot summer. Well, if when it's raining, it doesn't stop the stuff from coming out of the truck, how do you think it's going to work in the summer? Not very well. Anyway, our bigger problem is the traffic on that road. These guys are crossing over the double yellow. They're doing it going down Johnson Lane also. They don't like the slow speed limits, so they're just figuring there's nobody there going to stop them. So if we can do something about that, it'd be greatly appreciated.
My name's Craig Parsons from East Valley Road. I'd like to pose a question regarding the county's willingness or unwillingness to work with all of us regarding when the Pine Knot alluvial goes into its flood, caused primarily by what has happened in our fires in the past. 4 times since 2017, as I live on the Alderman Ditch, Upper Alderman, that water has been sent towards us on East Valley Road to have taken out the Alderman Ditch into the East Valley Reservoir, Dangbrook 4, uncontrollably. Nearly 1,000 yards of my yard, as well as neighbors' yards, have suffered greatly from this. Has it not been for the Upper Alderman Ditch breach, so to speak, at 3 a.m. 2 years ago, we would be still having this problem every time it happens. Our concern has been, what does the county plan on actually doing? Having sat face-to-face with Eric Nielsen, Jeremy, with Courtney Walker, Tom Delaire, to a point where R.O. Anderson has actually done surveys for the neighbors to try to sue me for waters coming through my property, doing them harm, blaming me for flow increase. I have no say about how much water comes to us. My real question is the county truly going to try to work on doing a catchment at any level? And what will their plan be for what waters come towards Gardnerville through either the Buckeye or the Pine Knot to mitigate issues in all the ranch properties to include ours? So a point about this eminent domain thing potentially happening with park cattle. If that happens with him, my say is that they'll not stop there and potentially do eminent domain on the Upper Alderman through our properties to do as they wish. And I say that because 1540 East Valley Road, north of me 2 doors, is on the county's floodplain plan. Why is that property on that plan? Courtney Walker says, oh, it's an inadvertent error. We'll take that off. That hasn't happened. So my concern is, what will really the county do for us as homeowners on that East Valley corridor? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other general public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment and move to approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Gardner.
I move for the approval of the proposed agenda as presented.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian, that we approve the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Approval of previous minutes for possible action discussion to approve the draft minutes of the October 16, 2025 regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as stated.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert, that we approve the minutes. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. We will recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as Douglas County Liquor Board. Agenda item 7 for possible action, discussion to approve the non-restricted gaming license for United Coin Machine Company, DBA Century Gaming Technologies, to conduct business as a slot routine operator in Douglas County. United Coin Machine Corporation, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, is represented by Vice President Timothy W. Cogswell. United Coin Machine is located at 600 Pilot Road, Suite E, Las Vegas, Nevada 89119, and we have Under Sheriff Elgis here.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. We've done a review, and we're not contesting any of this application. It looks good to us.
Thank you. Do we have anyone here representing you? Oh, yes. Welcome, sir. You don't need to come up. We just want to acknowledge you and appreciate you being in attendance. Very good. Thank you. Glad you're here. Are there any questions? Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for the approval of the non-restricted gaming license for United Coin Machine Company, DBA Century Gaming Technologies, to conduct business as a slot route operator in Douglas County as presented.
Moved by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We are on the consent. Thank you, Under Sheriff Elgus. On consent calendar, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Tolbert, seconded by Commissioner Gardner, that we approve the consent calendar. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Presentations. 11.1 for presentation only, ceremonial presentation of an Employee Service Award to Lucille Rayo for 20 continuous years of service to Douglas County. We are doubly grateful for your service, Ms. Rayo.
Madam Chair, if I may, members of the Commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. A fundamental principle of leadership is admitting when you have made a mistake. We are listing this item on the agenda again because 20 years of service to this organization should mean something in Douglas County. And so we wanted to ensure that Lucille received the recognition she deserves. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Kate.
Thank you, Jen. Yes, so I've had 2 epic failures in my life. The first was when my spouse and I got married, we thought it would be a good idea to hyphenate our name to Marolis O'Neill, and that has not worked out too shabby for us. The second epic failure was totally on me. I appreciate us being able to do a redo. This was my fault 2 weeks ago. I really forgot. I thought it was actually happening today. It wasn't. I didn't tell any staff. I didn't share it with Tom, Andrea. So totally my fault, no one else's. So I'm so grateful for the redo because she definitely deserves a recognition. When I watched it back on video, I was mortified that Lucille was up here and we weren't here because her service, her dedication that I have witnessed over the last few years of how the outpouring that she has for the community members. I love it when her New Yorker comes out in her. It's not always pleasant, but it is also hilarious because the humor that she has. And I have learned so much from her, and she is so passionate about continuing to learn. Like, even though she's been doing this a long time, she's very passionate about learning, and then even more so about teaching. She's a constant person that shares her knowledge with anybody and everybody. When we have to say no, she's like, let's find a way to say yes. Like, how can we work with that community member that comes in, that wants to do something on their property? She's the one that will go dive through code trying to find a solution. So her knowledge, Maureen, you ain't getting 5 more years, I can tell you that, because we've already tried. But we are grateful for every day that you are here. I'm grateful for you because I don't know where I'd be with that. Why I'm crying now. I'm just looking at you because you've taught me so much in such a short amount of time, and I appreciate everything you do, the person you are, and just, well, we're going to miss you whenever you retire, which is hopefully maybe 2 years, Maureen, but I doubt it. Anyway, thank you, Lou. We appreciate you so much. Tom or Andrea, you want to say something?
Yeah. I've known Lucille for quite a while. On both sides of the counter. On this side of the counter, when I came here in 2019 to the Community Development Department, but before that, she was reviewing my plans that I created, and that New Yorker that comes out is intimidating, you know. And so, but it has been a pleasure working with her, and being 20 years in this department is amazing. That's an amazing feat, and I just want to. Just a shout out to you and thank you for all you do for Douglas County and community development.
Okay, please don't.
I'm sorry. Mimi Moss. I don't know if you know this, but 20 years ago, I hired Lucille in the planning department. I was a planning manager. And she first worked as a counter technician. And if anybody of you been up to the counter in community development, it's not an easy job. You have to deal with a lot of angry people at times. And I quickly recognized her customer service skills, and that's what really made me hire her, because she was so capable in dealing with people. And over the years, she learned the land use, the code, Title 20, master plan. She learned along with a lot of other planners that came into the department. And today, she's very capable and professional, and I'm very proud that she's still with the county, and I hope she stays for a while longer. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
Agenda item 11.2 for presentation only, ceremonial presentation of Proclamation 2025 P-098 proclaiming November 2025 as Movember, Men's Health Awareness Month, Carson Valley Health Foundation Cancer Care Fund, and we will have Commissioner Tolbert present this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I can't wait for November to be over. I'm telling you that this is getting scruffy. We'd like to present this proclamation 2025 P-098, the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, November as Movember, Men's Health Awareness Month. It's also No Shave November. Whereas the global charity Movember Foundation is dedicated to having an everlasting impact on the face of men's health, and whereas the Movember movement unites millions of participants worldwide who raise funds and awareness to improve men's health outcomes, focusing on prostate cancer, testicular cancer, mental health, and suicide prevention. And whereas men contribute to face unique health challenges, including higher rates of certain cancers and mental health struggles, often resulting in shorter life expectancy compared to women. And whereas awareness, early detection, and open conversations can significantly improve health outcomes and save lives. And whereas physical activity and social connection, key elements to the Movember campaign, help reduce the risk of chronic disease, support mental well-being, and strengthen community bonds. And whereas Douglas County proudly joins communities across the nation in supporting the Movember movement, encouraging men to grow a mustache, women to show their support, and all residents to get active, start conversations, and promote healthy living. Now, therefore, the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners does hereby proclaim November 2025 as Movember Men's Health Awareness Month and urges all residents of Douglas County, Nevada to join in recognizing this important observance and take action to help change the face of men's health. Adopted this 20th day of November 2025 by the Board of County Commissioners. So we have members of Carson Valley Health's organization. I'll let you introduce yourselves, and then if you have something you want to say.
So Courtney Moore, the Executive Director, Carson Valley Health Foundation. I just want to say on behalf of the Carson Valley Health Foundation, I want to express our appreciation for this Movember proclamation and to Commissioner Tolbert. While it is ceremonial, the awareness it brings to men's health and to the needs of those facing cancer in our community, it's deeply meaningful. The Cancer Care Fund, it highlights is helping us bring our new cancer care center to life, and it will positively impact those facing a cancer diagnosis here in the Carson Valley. So thank you very much, Commissioner Tolbert.
All right. Next, we have 11.3 for presentation only, ceremonial presentation of Proclamation 2025P-097, proclaiming November 29, 2025 as Small Business Saturday in Douglas County. We will have Commissioner Gardner present this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to present this. This is we do this each year. So this is Proclamation 2025P-097, and I appreciate you folks joining me up here. Whereas the government of Douglas County, Nevada celebrates our annual small business, local businesses, and the contributions they make to our local economy and community. And whereas, according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 33.2 million small businesses in the United States that represent 99.9% of all businesses in the country and employ 61.7 million Americans. And whereas Small Business Saturday is a day dedicated to supporting small businesses and communities across the country and is part of the larger Shop Small movement founded by American Express in 2010 and co-sponsored by the Small Business Administration since 2011. This day is celebrated each year on the Saturday after Thanksgiving. Since its inception, consumers have reported spending an estimated $201 billion, that's with a B, at small businesses across the United States. And whereas Douglas County, Nevada supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve the unique character of our communities. And whereas advocacy groups, as well as public and private organizations across the country, have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday, therefore be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners November 29, 2025 as Small Business Saturday, and urge the residents of our community and communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. Adopted this 20th day of November 2025, Board of County Commissioners.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jen Toon with Main Street Gardnerville Executive Director. I'm accepting this on behalf of Alicia, who could not be here today with the Chamber of Commerce. I just wanted to encourage you to think about shopping local during this holiday season and throughout the year. As you can hear how much of a contribution shopping local does for your local economy, to break it down even further, for every $1 you spend, 68% of that stays local, which is really incredible. When you're shopping at a national retailer, they're only capturing 30 or 40%. So the impact of shopping local, even dollar-wise, is substantial. This is going to pave the way for your local businesses in their next year. Some of them, it is estimated, will, through the holiday season, these sales will contribute to a quarter of their revenue for the year, but more likely you guys are going to be contributing to at least half of their revenue that is much needed and will set them up for success in the coming year. Not only that, but we have so many unique shops and wonderful business owners downtown. They are creating our community, making it a vibrant place, and contributing to the livelihood that we have downtown. Not only that, but they have amazing customer service, and you are guaranteed to find unique gifts everywhere you go, and it really builds a strong sense of community. The Chamber will be hosting a Small Business Saturday on November 29th. You can register with the Chamber, and they do have a passport program. And on their website, we'll be showing all the businesses that participate. But don't think that if you miss that Saturday because you're traveling, you will miss out on opportunity. We at Main Street Gardnerville are having a Candy Cane Maine sweater stroll. Did I say that right? Where you can put on that ugly sweater. We will have businesses participating downtown, and we have a full shopping event. When you register for that one, you will get a one-of-a-kind commemorative tote bag to put all your goodies in, and then we also have cocoa and cookies at all of our participating businesses. So keep an eye on what's going on downtown. Again, try to shop local as best as you can, and support those small businesses.
My name's Kathy Halbadier, and I'm with the Nevada Small Business Development Center. And the county has been large supporters of the Small Business Development Center. We're partially funded by the Small Business Administration, and our main goal is to grow, sustain, and help diversify small businesses. And you guys have supported all the businesses that have grown down here. And just to keep it in a framework so you all understand, a small business is 500 or less employees. So just about the entire county is a small business. So please go out, buy local, shop Black Friday, Small Business Saturday, shop every day, small and local here in your community, because you're helping those guys launch into 2026 and be sustainable. And we appreciate everything that the county does to support our program, and Nikki and our partnership with you guys. Thank you very much.
Hi, Nikki Riddlebach, Economic Vitality Manager. Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing us to celebrate this exciting, not only day, but season for shopping local. I also want to thank our partners for being here today and all of the great work we do together all year long. Thank you so much for your support in helping us get out into the community and do all these wonderful things that make all these unique businesses really thrive. Thank you so much.
We'll take the next agenda item, and then we'll take a small break before agenda item 12.2. 12.1 for presentation only, introduction of ordinance 2025-1656, revising Title 20 of the Douglas County Code by repealing and replacing 1, Chapter 20.800, 2, Appendix B, Uniform Code Revisions, 3, Appendix B1 East Fork Fire Protection District Amendments to the International Fire Code, IFC, and International Wildland Urban Interface Code, otherwise known as WUI, codes, and 4, Appendix B2, Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District Amendments to the IFC and WUI codes. This is a first reading. We have with us Tim Davis, our building official, and Tom Delaire, our community development director.
Thank you, Chairwoman Harrells. Yeah, this is the codes for January. We're planning on trying to get them adopted January 1st. Northern Nevada is also adopting these codes come January 1st. So all of Northern Nevada will be doing this for the next couple of months. And we're here to answer any questions you have right now about it.
Looks like no
Just
questions.
one quick one. What's the overlap of allowing the old code versus the new code?
Tim Davis for the record. There'll be a minor overlap. If anything is in the system prior to January 1st, it'll stay under the 218 codes, the 2018 codes. Anything after January 1st submitted will have to meet the 2024 codes.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you in a month. We will take a short break to allow us to connect with Commissioner Rice, who will be joining us remotely for the next agenda item. So it is 10:45. We'll shoot to be ready to go at 10:50. All right, we're going to actually take 10 minutes. We'll come back at 10:55. Let's come back to order. We actually did get ready in the amount of time allotted, so it is 10:55 and we'll reconvene. We are on agenda item 12.2 for possible action. Discussion on resolution 2025R-043A, a resolution addressing eminent domain proceedings to acquire from Park Ranch Holdings certain real property or interests in real property along the Muller Parkway right-of-way, including approximately 3.54 acres of real property to increase the size of the right-of-way, and approximately 6.77 acres of non-exclusive drainage easements across properties adversely impacted from increased base flood elevations. This is an amendment to Resolution 2025R-043, which the board passed on April 17, 2025, updating and clarifying the real property descriptions subject to eminent domain. The way we're going to take this today is that the county will present information, and then we will turn the floor to Park Ranch Holdings to present information. Then the county will provide additional thoughts based on the park presentation. Then all the way along, we can have board questions. Will that work for you? Okay, we'll have board questions as we go. Then we will turn to public comment, and everyone will get 3 minutes of public comment. Then it will come back to the board for discussion and possible action. Somewhere along the way, we'll probably need to take another break, probably about 15 minutes long. We're not going to take a full hour lunch break because everyone wants to see this item through. And I mean, I imagine everyone in the audience and would like to see this item through before we break for lunch. Any questions, board? Does that sound fine? Okay. We have with us Jeremy Hutchings, County Engineer, and AJ Hames, Deputy District Attorney, and County Manager Jennifer Davidson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. If we can just take a moment, Madam Chair, to confirm that Commissioner Rice can hear us. We know he's online. We just want to confirm he is receiving sound. Commissioner Rice, are you there?
I am here, thank you.
And you can hear us okay?
I can hear you fine, thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you, sir. With that, Madam Chair, we will go into our presentation. Do you mind, Jeremy, advancing to the next slide? We will figure that out too. Okay. Earlier this year in April, the board authorized the use of eminent domain for a legitimate public purpose, the Muller Parkway project. Today, we are asking you to amend that prior action for reasons we will explain in this presentation. As a reminder, this slide outlines the policy considerations that the board discussed in April before ultimately voting to proceed with the eminent domain process. The right to private property is a fundamental aspect of individual liberty and autonomy. Therefore, the government may not take private property without a legitimate public purpose and just compensation. Responsible local governance demands transparency and fairness in all government actions. Government must ensure that the process of eminent domain is transparent, with clear justifications for the taking, open communication with property owners, and adherence to due process. This includes providing adequate notice, opportunities for the property owner to be heard, and a fair legal process to challenge the taking of the amount of compensation. The Fifth Amendment explicitly requires just compensation. Just compensation is defined in NRS Chapter 37 as that sum of money necessary to place the property owner in the same position monetarily as if the property had never been taken. Government should be accountable for their decisions regarding the eminent domain process and exercise that power with restraint. There are safeguards built into the process to ensure governments act appropriately. The eminent domain process includes mechanisms for oversight, judicial review, and public scrutiny to prevent abuse. The county considers eminent domain to be an option of last resort and not a tool for arbitrary or self-serving purposes. Do you mind going to the next slide? Thank you. Under a 2019 agreement with Park Ranch Holdings, the county is responsible for building 2 lanes of Muller Parkway between Point A in the north and Point B in the south, as shown on this map, with 7 access points by December 2025. To complete the project as planned, the county needed additional land, which was described by staff to the board in April and which we are now asking you to amend today. County staff notified Park Ranch Holdings of this meeting and provided a copy of the appraisal of the Moeller Parkway acquisitions. They will also have an opportunity to speak with you today. If the amended resolution is approved, the resolution allows the county to continue the legal process of acquiring the land while still keeping the door open for a voluntary agreement with Park Ranch. The total amount of land that is the subject of the discussion today consists of small portions of land along the road alignment for irrigation, drainage, road design elements, including an elevated road surface and a roundabout, and future construction and road maintenance, totaling 3.54 acres. Additionally, because the county plans to construct Moeller Parkway north of Buckeye at a higher elevation than the existing ground, floodwater from the Buckeye Wash during a 100-year flood event will be redirected from the southwest side of Moeller Parkway, where the Buckeye Development Farms is planned, to agricultural fields owned by Park Ranch to the north. It is anticipated as a result there will be an increase in the base flood elevation by more than 1 foot in certain areas on the northeastern side of Moeller Parkway. A 1 foot increase in base flood elevation is defined as an adverse impact by county code, and the county should compensate the owner being adversely affected. For this reason, the county will purchase a non-exclusive drainage easement covering 6.77 acres through this process. The total estimated cost to acquire the property and the associated easements is approximately $635,000, as determined by the appraiser.
I don't want to interrupt because you're doing a very nice job going through this thing, but there was a question that I think I have. It's a county code that 1 foot additional water is adverse to the landowner. Is that a state code too? Is there a federal code? I mean, how did the county come up with that, and is it a commonly used measure? And then does the county think then that if it's less than that under its code, it's not adversely affecting the land?
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question.
Thank you.
So with that, I'm going to turn it over. Do you want to take it, or?
I can take part of it. Jeremy Hutchings with the county. So, Mr. Tarkanian, the adverse impact is defined in Title 20, so that's where that adverse impact definition resides. The basis, that's the use of basis that we had to determine the easement areas for adversely impacting people because it's defined in code. I'm not aware that Federal Register has similar threshold to do FEMA studies, which is the 12 inches. The county's threshold for a FEMA study is 6. No, the Federal Register requires FEMA studies at 12 inches of change.
Yeah.
Oh. Can you hear me? Sorry about that. Somehow we got too many mics. County code defines adverse impact. That's where we're finding that definition. The federal code requires FEMA studies when you have 12 inches of impact or more. The county code requires FEMA studies at 6 inches, so we're a little more restrictive on the study requirement. But our code for adverse impact is defined as 12 inches or more. Turn it over to AJ.
What about other counties in Nevada where there's a state standard?
AJ Hames for the record, Douglas County DA's office. There isn't a set number value in Nevada law, but it is a longstanding principle of Nevada water law that a landowner may make reasonable use of his land as long as he does not injure his neighbor. And so that's the question of injury. In this case, we are acknowledging some injury because we're causing an adverse impact. And so that is the purpose of the eminent domain action, is to provide compensation to Park Ranch for that injury.
Every time, and I apologize, I'm just trying to get an answer to my deal. I understand that's why we're paying for the land, because of an adverse impact. I'm just trying to find out if the one we're using, the standard, is similar to other places. And I don't think I've got an answer on that yet.
I think the answer is yes.
Just so I can reiterate. Oh, thank you. At the counter, would you pull the mics closer? Just to reiterate, I believe, Mr. Hutchings, what I heard is that FEMA uses 12 inches when they do their FEMA studies, except that in our county we asked for 6 inches. We do 6 inches for FEMA studies. Is that a fair?
Yeah, but I think what Mr. Tarkanian was asking is for the adverse impact definition, the county's code for adverse impact is 12 inches and greater.
Right, and you just referenced FEMA as another data point.
Correct.
And there's no other data points still locally, like, again, other counties or the state. It's just yes, no, they may not. I'm just trying to get an answer to it.
There are no other data points, just the reasonable use standard adopted by the Nevada Supreme Court.
Okay. That was the end of this slide. If you can go on to the next, please. Mueller Parkway appears in the Douglas County Master Plan, Strategic Plan, Transportation Plan, the Valley Vision Plan, and the Minden-Gardnerville Plan for Prosperity, not just because it would be a nice piece of infrastructure for the county to have. Mueller is critical from a land use and infrastructure planning perspective because it is needed as an alternate route to reduce traffic on 395 and improve levels of service at key intersections that are close to failing. Similar to East Valley and Jacks Valley roads, Mueller will provide critical access in and around downtown. Mueller is critical infrastructure needed to serve the receiving area and future development and improve pedestrian and bike safety. In addition, Mueller is a tool for flood management, and coupled with flood infrastructure improvements upstream, it will reduce the risk of flooding to existing and proposed developments. And yes, Mueller Parkway will have the added benefit of also enhancing economic development and preserving the distinctive character of the downtowns of Minden and Gardnerville. At this point in the presentation, Madam Chairwoman and members of the Commission, I would like to turn it over to Deputy District Attorney A.J. Hames and County Engineer Jeremy Hutchins.
While we're transitioning there, I want to ask could you hear there? That's better. Even louder would be good. All right, so speak close to the mics and project.
Thank you.
Yes.
AJ Hames for the record. So first I just wanted to go over with you again what has already happened and then what we're doing today. So in April, we came before this board, and this board authorized the use of eminent domain to pursue the Mueller Parkway project. That was an action that was consistent with the board's prior actions to, one, approve the development agreement with Park Ranch that requires us to build Mueller Parkway, and also generally with the transportation plan and other policies that the board has adopted over the years, which have prioritized Mueller Parkway as a project. The purpose of the last action was to obtain any easements or additional right-of-way necessary to continue to pursue that goal of creating Mueller Parkway, which has been identified as an important transportation project. At the time, we were presenting to the board the numbers that you'll see up there on the slide. We were proposing easements for adverse impact areas. It was a total of 1.24 acres. In addition, we were proposing right-of-way acquisitions in the amount of 0.68 acres and temporary construction easements in the amount of 1.75 acres. The temporary construction easements were easements that would be located along the Mueller Parkway right-of-way that would allow the county to access Mueller Parkway during construction. In total, it was about 3.67 acres, and it was appraised at $186,000. So why are we here today if we already approved eminent domain? First and foremost, we're here because following this board's action, consistent with the direction that we received, we did file a complaint in eminent domain in the 9th Judicial District Court seeking to acquire those pieces of property and purchase them for their appraised value. Just a note on appraisals real quick too. We provide an appraisal to the landowner, but ultimately the value of the land is not decided by the county. It's not decided by the landowner. It's decided in that eminent domain action. So in any event, that was what we had filed. During the course of various hearings that came about, the landowner, Park Ranch Holdings, presented argument that basically was criticizing the amount of the taking. In their presentations, they noted that they felt like the county was actually taking more land than was claimed in the eminent domain proceeding. They also complained that the maps that were provided were not sufficiently clear. In addition, they brought forth a competing claim called inverse condemnation. And an inverse condemnation claim is very similar to an eminent domain claim. It's just brought by the landowner. But basically, it's forcing the government to pay for the land that's taken. It effectively does the same thing that an eminent domain claim does. Now, their competing claim for inverse condemnation was broader than the county's claims for eminent domain. So in evaluating that, the court noted the discrepancy and asked whether the county was interested in, one, clarifying some of the descriptions, and two, increasing the size of the eminent domain case in order to encompass some of those other areas that were identified by Park Ranch. Now, when I say identified by Park Ranch, I'm being somewhat generous. They actually have never provided a map showing clearly what areas they're talking about. They've hinted numerous times that any water on their property, presumably even a glass of water, would be something that the county would have to compensate them for. So it's difficult to know what they're actually claiming. But because of the discrepancy between the claims, the court asked if we would want to proceed with our eminent domain complaint as written, or if we wanted to revise it. We elected to revise it, and Park Ranch actually consented to that. They agreed and stipulated that we could amend our eminent domain complaint so that we could bring it closer to what they were claiming, and also to clarify some of the perceived areas where they weren't sure, they said, what land we were taking. So after that, we did.
Could I ask a question, please? So the judge's order was a suggestion, it wasn't a direction?
Yeah, the judge didn't specifically order anything.
Okay, so then he didn't say, hey, your calculation of land of one foot is accurate, but you're using two. It's actually impacted by more than one that area. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm trying to get at, did the judge agree with the 1 foot deal or not, or did he not comment on it?
He didn't comment specifically on that. He just noted the discrepancy between Park Ranch's claims, which were extremely broad, basically a drop of water, and the county's claims, which were based on adverse impact.
That's the point I'm getting at, because that's where we're coming at it with 1 foot of water. They're saying other land is affected because of water, and I just want to know if we have a code, and until that code is declared wrong, it's going to apply. And that's the 1 foot. But I wanted to see what the judge said if he had changed that, but he did not change that.
No, unfortunately, we haven't gotten an order from the judge. We had a hearing back in back in August, and we have not yet received an order definitively taking an opinion on any of these topics. Now, I will say that regardless of what the board does today, any damage caused as a result of the road being built, if the court determines that it is in fact unreasonable damage, that would be encompassed in the inverse condemnation claims that Park Ranch is bringing. So the county had filed a motion to dismiss the counterclaim based on the fact that an eminent domain claim is so similar to an inverse condemnation claim. And the court opined that since there was a discrepancy there, it wasn't willing to do that at this time. And like I said, that's when the parties stipulated that the county could amend its eminent domain complaint. So with that in mind, the county immediately set about hiring surveyors to go out and identify the areas that would be taken, and then to provide meets and bounds legal descriptions of all of those areas. So that was done at that time. We also set about correcting an underestimation of the adverse impact area. There was just a data point in our consultant's, the way that she calculated adverse impact that had been, it was just a correction that she made, and so that slightly changed the amount of adverse impact area. And then when we did the meets and bounds descriptions, we also drew basically circles around any area that was adversely impacted, which increased the area. We also changed the temporary construction easements. We're now asking for permanent acquisitions. The reason being is that the areas that we need in order to access and maintain the road are not just areas that we're going to need to access one time. If we need to access the road in order to install, say, a shoulder or a culvert, we're also going to need to access that part of the road in order to maintain that shoulder or that culvert. And so we thought it was more appropriate to seek a permanent acquisition as opposed to a temporary easement.
Mr. Hames?
Yeah.
In the park development agreement, aren't we already allowed temporary construction easements?
Yeah, I have a slide for that specifically.
Okay. So basically what we're doing is we're suggesting that we change that from temporary construction easements that are allocated to us and allowed to us in the park development agreement to permanent acquisitions so that we don't have to keep going back to them for that temporary use of that.
Correct. In the 2019 development agreement, there are licenses to enter Park Ranch property for the purposes of constructing the road and for the permanent installation and maintenance of drainage facilities, which would include culverts. However, because we are involved in a lawsuit with Park Ranch, we wanted to just try to obtain those because we hadn't been actually granted the licenses that were promised in the development agreement. So we notified Park that they were in breach because they hadn't given us the access. But because we are on a timeline to construct the road, this is sort of the plan B, is to move ahead with also acquiring those areas. Because if that license isn't given, we still need access in order to install, for example, the culverts.
Confused now. You just quoted that the development agreement gives us the use for the temporary construction and the maintenance of the road, which would be more of a permanent use. And now you're saying we have to buy it, although it's part of the development agreement? Because you're asking the county to increase the amount of land we're buying, which makes the county look like it's taking more land. But you're stating, if I'm understanding you correctly, that the development agreement already gives us that right to go in and not only build the road, but also maintain it.
It gives, well, I'll show you that section in a second, and then maybe that will better answer your question. But in essence, because of all of those factors, wanting to clarify the areas, wanting to combine the temporary construction easements with the permanent acquisitions, correcting the underestimation of the adverse impact, and also then because of the meets and bounds descriptions that circled those larger areas and created a larger area, we are including all of that in our revised resolution, which is being presented to you today.
If I could, it seems to me like we've been careful with this to give the benefit of the doubt if we think we might need the land. If, like, instead of little smatterings of drainage easement, let's just draw a circle around all of it and give the benefit of the doubt to the owner. Is that a fair assessment of what you've been explaining?
Yeah, that's fair. And you can see from maps that will show you that the areas of adverse impact aren't necessarily neat circles, right? There's sort of a scattering of a little block of land here and a little block of land there. And previously, when we asked for this board to approve eminent domain, we were just using a total acreage calculation. And now what we've done when we've created these legal descriptions is we've actually drawn a continuous line around those areas so that it is more of a defined space. The end result is that it's increased the amount of compensation that is going to Park Ranch. Now, when I say we're taking these easements too and we're drawing a line around them, we're not actually doing anything physically with the land. We're not going to be going onto the land, installing things, fencing it off, preventing Park Ranch from using it. It'll still remain Park Ranch land. We are just allowed to put water there.
Thank you. And while I've interrupted you, I'm going to ask one more time. Can you hear? Pretty well. So.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Oh, very good. Thank you, Commissioner Rice. If you could pull that even a little closer, it would be better for the folks behind you.
I will lean in.
Thank you.
All right. I'll take over from here for a few slides. Jeremy Hutchings, for the record, county engineer. And I'm trying to devour the microphone here. So it's a little awkward.
Can you give us a sense of direction with this,
Yes.
this picture, please?
Yeah, so I'm standing on Muller Parkway, the new Muller Parkway, and this is the current status of the project. And I am just south of Buckeye, was right here. So the new roundabout is, you can see the sign for the roundabout here. So I'm kind of facing in a northwesterly direction. And does that help? No, this is north. This is Park Ranch is over here. So basically this phase of Muller, there's broken down into 3 phases. Phase 1 is roughly from the roundabout at Buckeye south to the north end of Ashland. That's substantially complete. You can see the roundabout if you've been out there. That's drivable. Hasn't been open to the public yet. The lights are installed. The roundabout's in and the pavement's striping's done. Phase 2.
Mr. Hutchings, I'm getting several questions from the public. Number one, you mentioned lights. I think it's important to stop there, and we're not talking about traffic signals. We're talking about overhead lighting. Is that right, of this area?
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
So I wanted to make sure we're on completely understanding on that, and that's true of not only the roundabout at Buckeye and Muller, but also of the roundabout at Toller and Muller as well. Is that right?
Yes, that's true. Those are, I'm talking about luminaires, so street
Right.
lights to cast light, not signals that would be stop, go, red light, green light.
Right.
The street lights at Buckeye are lit, or at least they were the last time I drove by at night. The street lights at Toller are on back order with supply chain issues, so those have not been erected or lit yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Phase 2 is underway, but had been delayed due to the delay with the FEMA permitting, which we got, I believe, was authorized in July. They've stockpiled and done some construction under Phase 2. That'll probably be constructed or scheduled to be finished in the spring. Phase 3 is generally at the Toller roundabout to the north end of Ashland, or before you go out into the agricultural fields, and that's substantially complete as well. Although recent rains have shown that what's been constructed are basically, here it doesn't show because we're widening it for the roundabout, but the lanes are basically 12 foot of pavement, and then when you get into the more rural road sections, it's 6 foot for a bike lane, or that's paved on the shoulder. But the existing shoulders have proven to be quite soft, so I've instructed the design team to come up with a solution to put some gravel in there, and that would ideally happen before we opened it to the public. So now I'm going to show the areas of the proposed eminent domain action. Here's some summaries you can see on the square footage of land is about 3.5 acres for acquisition. The legend, and I know it's difficult to see at this scale, but it's basically running along the south and west side of the Muller right-of-way as you come down to the roundabout at Toller. And it's kind of that sliver of land, and it also encompasses some of the encroachments for the future driveways that we're obligated to construct.
Madam Chair, this is a question that I've had with you guys before. You explained it to me over the phone. I'm sorry, this is a question that I'd had that you explained to me over the phone. So I understand a little bit of it, but I'm not quite clear. Part of the development agreement was that Park gave 105 acres to the east, and now that was for a drainage area that we're no longer using. And now we want to take certain land to the west. Why don't we just move the road over a little bit? And I guess the answer I've heard so far is the roundabouts is not enough room, but then if that's the case, why only take a little bit of land where the roundabouts are at instead of the entire sliver?
That's a good question. I think the answer is on the earlier phases of when they started the design, Mr. Tarkanian, the additional right-of-way had allowed us 3 things, according to my understanding of the development agreement: put in the road, a trail, and drainage, as we may elect to do. If you push the road as far to the west as possible, it allows you to leave as much land as possible for future drainage. So that is why we're crowding that side. AJ also has a slide. Oh, I'm sorry.
But you said you're not going to use this for future drainage, is my understanding. You know you are going to build the drain. You talked about still building the drainage side.
Madam Chair, if I may address that question. Thank you, Commissioner Tarkanian. So the county has always represented that additional 100 feet of right-of-way may be needed in conjunction with upstream storage. So we have identified a number of projects along the Buckeye and the Pine Nut washes. The total cost of those projects would be $67 million. We knew that they may be cost prohibitive, and so we sought this additional 105 feet so that we could problem solve drainage as effectively as possible using a combination of both a channel and upstream storage to the best of our ability. We don't know exactly what that looks like just yet, so we can't definitively say that we are or aren't going to use it. We would like to retain it for that purpose. We have been asked in the past if we don't end up using it, would we consider granting it back to Mr. Park? And that would be a policy conversation for this county commission to consider at a later date.
Okay. Not okay.
I'm not sure that answers the question that was asked. So why is the additional acquisition of what's the blue stripes there along the west side, why is that not a mistake in the construction and in putting it too close? Why are we adding this strip of blue? I'm believing the answer is because we're acquiring the easements that we thought we would have before so that we have a clean separation. Is that between park and the right-of-way now, so that the easements are no longer an easement, they're fee simple? Is that correct?
So thank you, Commissioner Tolbert, for the question. So we have a couple of slides that are going to shed some more light on this, but I'm going to spend some time on this slide for a moment. So while the agreement specifically references 205 feet, the actual land dedicated to the county is not consistently 205 feet the entire length of Muller Parkway. In fact, south of the Buckeye roundabout, heading towards Ashland, it narrows significantly. At its most constricted point, it's 168 feet actually. Also, at various points, the Virginia Ditch crosses the easement. So we have pinch points, and in part, what we are asking for corrects for those pinch points. In part, it corrects for the pieces that were always intended to be outside of the right-of-way. And we will show you in the specific plan that was communicated to the property owner that some slope for the road was going to be outside of the right-of-way as well.
Keep moving ahead. So, okay, I think I left off, and I'm trying to get as close to the computer as my eyes will allow. So just, again, I know the scale's difficult. I'll call this salmon, pink. So that's the adverse impact areas. You can see here, they're north of the roundabout, and that is Park Ranch Holdings of some form, their parcels. And these are the areas. There was talk in the development agreement for this parcel to exist as a stormwater basin. We did perform a couple models on that to see how much that would impact. It doesn't eliminate the adverse impact. It's too much water. The drainage is, as I believe AJ and Jenna both said, for the drainage easements would be non-exclusive. By our review of the specific plan for Buckeye Farm, they are located in what's currently zoned as receiving area, but in the specific plan is native pasture and floodplain. So I'm going to flip through these slides.
I think we went by that just a little bit too quickly when you talk about native pasture. Okay.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I think we're going to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Cover that later in the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
And
Sorry,
not by an engineer.
With that map there, and again, maybe it's not according to size and everything, but that area that you had where it's the big rectangle, where sheet 4 is, looks a heck of a lot bigger than those little yellow ones or orange ones that you're saying is going to impact Mr. Park land. How could the one area not be enough, and we're not going to build it anymore, but we're only going to impact those other areas that are much smaller?
Mr. Tarquini,
So the
I'm not
map's
sure I
just not drawn according to size, is that it? Because obviously that square or rectangle or whatever you want to call it, where it's at the bottom of sheet 4, all the way around, that's a lot bigger than those yellow or orange spots you got to the top of the road.
Are you talking about the basin that we could potentially construct on
didn't
this
you say
parcel?
that was possibly a water basin, but it wasn't big enough? So
We aren't, that's not being constructed. We need to explore it. We modeled it with the engineer.
well, what I'm saying is that was part of the agreement, right? That possibly would be a water basin. Isn't that what you
It's
just said?
as an option that we would split the cost with Park.
Okay, but if that is a lot bigger than the area that's going to adversely affect Mr. Park, which is the issue of this contentious issue, why don't we just use that instead?
Yeah, and the counselor had pointed out, AJ, that we are talking about depths. So what I'm trying to explain to you, maybe not a very satisfactory job, Mr. Tarkanian, is even if we put in a basin here, it's limited on how deep you can go. And it's not enough to eliminate the adverse impact from the road. So regardless if you have a basin here or not, you are going to have adverse impacts. The adverse impacts that I'm showing you today have no basin here, just the road. Oh, does that make sense? Okay. So I'm going to flip through.
Wait a minute, and I guess the point is that basin was not intended to cross Muller, right? It was just in that northeast corner, right? Yeah, on the northeast side of Muller.
Correct.
Right? So okay.
Correct.
So let's, some of the questions that we're having are going to be answered. So maybe try and, unless it's really a pressing matter on that slide, note your questions and let's ask them if they're not answered later in the presentation so that we can move through this.
Okay, so what I'm going to be doing with the next several slides, the surveyor that produced the legal descriptions for both the fee title land acquisition into right-of-way, which is the blue, as well as the adverse impact area, which is the salmon or pink. We'll be zooming in on each parcel. I'm just going to flip through them to give you an idea specifically to show you the shapes that AJ had alluded to before are not exactly circles or squares. They're very oddly shaped. So here we go. And I'll just kind of briefly show the strips of land we're talking about. Here's the first slide for this parcel 132027002039. And I'm not going to read each APN. I'm just using this as an example. This hatched area where I have my cursor is the acquisition and fee title. This is closer to the roundabout, I believe. So there's Buckeye Road. So this area widens out a bit. We're south of Buckeye Road here, and here again is that hatched area. That would be blue on the first exhibit. Again, progressing southerly. Some other smaller areas here for culverts and future or driveway curb cuts, slopes. We're getting into the adverse impact areas. You can see.
When you say driveway slopes, what does that mean?
So the road is elevated above grade. We're obligated as part of the development agreement to create driveway encroachments. So you can't just have pavement hanging in the air. It has to daylight slope down to the existing ground. So that would be
those
like
are the 7 access points that we've agreed to in the development
right.
agreement?
Not all
Yeah.
the 7 are on this side of the road, but some of them are.
Okay.
Some of them are on the east side, and that has several hundred feet of rail.
So these are designed to give future residents in that area, access to Muller from the Buckeye Farms different developments. Is that right?
Correct. Generally, yep, that's right. So we're
And I want to make a point too, or emphasize something. What you've just showed us are the little tiny slivers of land along the highway that we're buying. Now we're switching gears, right, to the adverse impact where we're only getting an easement for 100-year stormwater, floodwater. Is that accurate?
Correct. It's the only correction or clarification I'd make, Mrs. Hales, is this is adverse impact. So it's a 12-inch depth or more increase over what was there before. It typically corresponds with some form of floodplain.
So the difference between what you just showed us and what you're showing us now is that this is not exclusive, and the property owner can use it just like he always uses it, except for in the case of a 100-year flood, in which case he could still use it, just some water would go on it.
Yeah, that's correct. I just add that there is a specific plan over this area of land, and so whatever use he's proposing needs to also comply with that. But it doesn't prohibit him or whoever owns the property to potentially change that specific plan. They'd have to come back to this body to get approval of it. So we're not restricting or throwing that out of the equation if in the future they decide they don't like this specific plan for what have you.
I guess the point is that it's currently ag land, it's currently farming land, use of and ranching land if it's being used in that, and by our actions we're not impacting that at all. They're still having access, they still retain ownership, and they still retain use as it is now.
Okay, I would say there is an adverse impact. That's why we're proposing the easement, but I don't want to split hairs, I suppose. But you can, my point here, at this slide, you can see, like AJ had explained, or maybe even Ms. Hales, the models, these flood models are very complicated. They're very technical. There's not a lot of people that run them. When you see the results, there's almost like a shotgun pattern of a scattering of cells, they would call it, that show the depth increases. So the challenge is, how do you draw a regular shape to get that area? But we did try to interpret the model as best we could to make the area basically larger to show more of an adverse impact than potentially there actually is, to warrant basically a higher appraisal price. And I mean, that's just that was our approach.
And if it's not acceptable to the court, the court can change it.
Absolutely. So I'm going to keep flipping through. There's 4 or 5 more slides of adverse impact. And again, we're zoomed in here, but it's this hatched area. Another here. This one's a little more complicated. It's a little piled up along here, and I call that the Idaho. Okay. And then just a moment to flip to my notes. But you're looking at the maps. The flood maps as they exist today, and that's publicly available information. Right, one more, I think. Yeah. So the shades of blue represent the primary floodplain. AE has determined depths, elevations rather. AOs have depths usually associated with them. So what are the flooding sources? Currently there are 3. The Buckeye kind of comes in here from the top of the page. The FEMA actually made us incorporate a potential outlet from the reservoir, which isn't really pictured here, but I see Mr. Parsons, who lives on the Upper Alderman. He lives on that reservoir as well. That's another flooding source, but minor. The Pine Nut comes in from the south. A couple of fun facts: the Buckeye watershed, Buckeye Creek, is about 74 square miles. It produces a flow rate of about 3,940 cubic feet per second during the 1% storm, or commonly referred to as the 100-year storm. Sometimes these numbers can be difficult to visualize. For reference purposes, the flow from the Buckeye Creek alone would fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool in about 22 seconds by my rough calculations. The Pine Nut watershed is 55 square miles and produces 5,150 cubic feet per second during the 100-year storm. It's a smaller watershed, but it goes higher up into the pine nuts and it's steeper. So you tend to get, that's the reason for the higher flow rate. And I'll talk about a couple of other things we're trying to do on the pine nut to reduce those flows. So just for reference purposes, before we leave this slide, I'm kind of tracing roughly the Muller alignment.
Before you leave that slide, could you show me where the 105 feet that the drainage was supposed to go would be on the road? Where would it start? Where would it end?
Right. I think you're asking along the ground south to north, right, Mr. Tarkanian? So starting roughly at Toller and running along here. And it would end basically at, am I oriented right? Hayborn Road.
Entire area, which is basically the area we're talking about today with parks development, has an additional 105 feet for drainage area.
Well, I don't mean to be argumentative, I'm just trying to present information. Some of the right-of-way is a little bit less than an extra 105 feet. I think Jen mentioned 165.
I guess my question to you then is, why is it? I mean, I spoke with former Commissioner Walsh, and when this was all being done and he was still on the board, that the reason he liked this development agreement better than the other one was that the park gave the county 105 acres that was going to solve the drainage problem. So that's what he told me. Why would it not be 105 acres all the way around then?
I'm going to jump in here. I think you mean 105 feet.
I do, I'm sorry.
And County Manager.
Thank you, Commissioner Tarkanian, for your question. I'm not sure why former Commissioner Walsh made those statements. I met with him recently and spoke to how we cannot put a channel sufficiently deep or wide enough within the right-of-way that we have been given to solve the drainage issues from the Buckeye and the Pine Nut Wash. I will tell you, staff on the public record at the time the agreement was brought forward, in the background materials, in the statements made by staff in 2019, have always consistently represented that the drainage channel would be needed along with upstream storage in order to address flooding issues. And the combination of those two things would likely remove the towns of Minden and Gardnerville from flooding.
So this is important to me, and I got to ask questions now. We're going to go on to, and this is like really key to what I'm thinking, is both the county and park agree that this 105 foot or whatever would be drainage area is not sufficient for 100-foot, the 100-year flood. Everybody agrees to that. But wouldn't it be sufficient to minimize a lot of the flooding that would go on there that's not quite the 100-year flood yet? And there'd be less impact in the area that we are trying to take or use as an easement from park?
The answer is potentially, Mr. Tarkanian, but the other thing you got to keep in mind, the 105 feet that everyone talks about, that is true, but it's also encumbered by existing irrigation easements for the Virginia Canal that restrict it to much less than that 105 feet.
Wasn't that known when you guys entered into the agreement with Park in 2019?
AJ Hames for the record. Was that for me? I don't think so, but I'll take it. It was, the location of the Virginia ditch was known. It is marked in the development agreement on Exhibit G to the development agreement. It's shown within the right-of-way. So that is one reason why today we wouldn't be able to construct the channel as contemplated. I would note, though, that the objective in the development agreement, and I have some slides to this effect a little later, was to obtain the right-of-way so that we could do those projects. It's actually in our master plan that we should acquire property for drainage projects. However, it was never an obligation to build it on a timeline. The obligation was to build 2 lanes of Moeller Parkway within 6 years. So the county is trying to, consistent with the master plan, obtain land so that it can do drainage improvements, similar to why we have obtained the Red Hawk parcel, the Denmar parcel, some of these other parcels that are upstream on the Pine Nut. The fact that we obtained those parcels doesn't now impose upon us a duty to go out there and start digging, right? We are working towards our goal, and so that factors in. One last thing I'll say is another reason you cannot build that channel today is because there has to be an outlet for it. You can't just put in a channel that dead ends somewhere. So there's one of the biggest problems is the fact if you built a channel on the Pine Nut, that water doesn't just disappear inside the channel, it flows in the channel. So it's going to flow north towards the Buckeye Wash. And then you're going to combine the two flows, the Pine Nut Wash and the Buckeye Wash, which the channel already can't contain one of the flows, much less two. So it does make sense to build the channel, but not until other drainage objectives are achieved.
Two more things before you follow up.
That's fine.
Civil Chief Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Just to clarify, this agenda item is about a specific resolution dealing with eminent domain, dealing with the construction of 2 lanes. What we're talking about is more regional stormwater projects. So to the extent, here's the thing, is this agenda item is about eminent domain related to the construction of 2 lanes of Muller Parkway. A lot of this discussion is about larger regional, how do we handle stormwater? So again, I would urge the commissioners, if possible, to limit it to the discussion of this resolution and the proposed takings that are being considered.
I got to disagree with what my questions are dealing with. It deals exactly with this item. It deals with exactly what this item is talking about.
All right,
which is
go ahead with
the
your questions.
Which is the increase in the flow of water onto the park land, which is causing us to increase the amount of land we are going to use. The upstream stuff is what the county's talking about.
I'm going to break in here, Commissioner Tarkanian. We don't have any evidence that there's increased floodwater, and just ask your question. Let's move on. I do need to know though.
I got to be able to ask questions and get a straight answer
Yes.
if I'm going to do this. And yes, there is an increase, that there was more than the 1 foot of water going on the property than we originally determined. And I'm trying to see how can we get it back. I want to see how we could reduce the amount so we don't have to take more land. That's the whole purpose. I think that's what this issue is about.
I also want to note one more thing that I think is perhaps being muddied. The 105 extra feet also has to accommodate the other 2 lanes, right? The other 2 lanes, a multimodal trail, and drainage. Just for clarity. Do you have more questions?
Just to clarify on the footage, I'll show a diagram later that explains what was planned for what.
And I just need just one clarification, and I think Commissioner Hales talked about that, is that the 105 feet that was additionally accommodated in the park development agreement was not solely for potential stormwater drainage. Is that correct?
That's not exactly correct. It was mainly designated for a future floodwater project.
We'll try to contain ourselves so you can keep presenting.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to my next slide. I forgot where I was. So, yeah, here's a look at the proposed floodplain within the remapping limits once Muller is built. What's the remapping limits? I probably should have changed this color, but when you do a flood study, you've got to come up with some limits of the mapping area. And I'm kind of tracing my cursor around a dark black line. Those are the mapping limits in this area. You can see over here, it does extend up a little bit. But that's the mapping limits. The green shade is the existing floodplain. You kind of see it around town. It should look real similar to the floodplain before. So I had the consultant to make it as, I guess, clear as possible to show this blue. That's the proposed floodplain within the mapping limits. These red lines are where the floodplain matches to the existing floodplain. Inside the mapping limits, the green areas will no longer be a primary floodplain, assuming the road gets built by plan. and the LOMAR is approved by FEMA. A LOMAR stands for Letter of Map Revision. That's what you file once the road is built, and then you produce a survey to document that it was built per plan. The hydrologist reruns the model and confirms the results. Those are submitted to FEMA. You can see down here, although not part of the project we're talking about today, it is part of the project. The red line upstream of Chichester Estates, the new floodplain in blue, is matching prior, just downstream of Muller. The green area in here, I'm kind of circling roughly neighborhood 1 of Buckeye Farm, for example. This green area will be reduced to these small strips of blue. Over here, where there's neighborhoods, I believe 5, where before there's floodplain extending out into the fields, it's largely along the ditches. The other floodplains are complicated enough just by themselves. The other complicating factor here is, according to the development agreement, we're required to perpetuate irrigation flows through certain locations, which I liken to straws that allow water to pass back and forth. The floodplain doesn't know if a culvert's for flooding or irrigation. It's just water.
Okay, can I ask that
Can
question?
we go back to the
Yeah.
other slide? I think that's important, okay, is to go back to the other slide, the next one, the one previous to this, to showing where the floodplain is. So the parcels that are now in green are the darker parcels up there, right, that you indicated, and that is the approved development of not only development or project 1, I guess neighborhood 1. Is that right?
Yeah,
Where
neighborhood
is
1.
that?
Neighborhood 1's up in this area.
Okay, so by building Muller and certainly building it above grade, it takes that area out of the floodplain, as you're indicating. Right?
Yeah, with the exception of there is an irrigation ditch, Mr. Gardner, that remains just because the ditch needs to remain to provide irrigation, so that will remain as a floodplain. But you can see how much of the area has actually been reduced.
Is that where you were going?
And also, future Montero Phase 2 saw some significant reductions. So that's the mapping that was approved by FEMA. That would be at the CLOMAR, the conditional letter of map stage, the planning stage. And if the road's built by plan, eventually it would be adopted by FEMA under the LOMAR.
So my question is one that I had asked of you previously, is there's that major culvert right there that would allow some of that floodwater coming through and hitting at Buckeye to funnel through to the development side of the road, but it's not. There's no blue showing on the west side of the road where that culvert is. So that culvert was included in this model, and since I don't see any blue there, that means that there's not a floodplain on the other side of that, even though there would be some flow going through that. Is that?
This is
Can
where
you
it
make
gets
that?
no. This is where it gets a little complicated. This is the boundary of the mapping area. So once you get outside of that, there's no change to that floodplain on the south or west side, or I guess it's south side of Buckeye, if that's the area you're talking about.
Well, I can
Oh,
see
over
the
here.
intersection there. Yeah. Yeah. So why? So that's what I want to clarify, because that's a big culvert, and there's going to be flow. There's going to be leakage from flood water going through that culvert, but I don't see any blue on the west side of that. So that means that the amount of flow that actually is going to allow to leak through that culvert is not going to leave anything on the west side in the floodplain. Am I saying that correctly?
I think you are. The next slide shows some depths. This is the proposed. So we could, we could get to that one. But let me just show you this. This is results from the model. It's showing depths over here. So the greens and yellows are less than half a foot of flood depth. So then what the modeler will do, they'll look at the depths and then they'll assign some mapping value to it for FEMA, depending on how deep the water is. FEMA reviews it, and then the experts argue about it, and then they finally issue the CLOMAR. That's usually what happens. For reference purposes, I've laid over the Muller Parkway alignment roughly, or had the consultant do it, I suppose. The study area, the mapping limits of the study area, I should say, I just want to be precise, are this yellow boundary. So that's what's in the CLOMAR. And this is the existing conditions, so you can see the challenge with the Buckeye, where it's coming down and then it tends to break out and spread over the fields. Pine Nut, it's already seemed to have broken out largely. You can see where it piles up against parts of the road. These are existing conditions. Here's the reservoir. You can see where there's some breakouts there where it comes down and towards Muller. So it's a challenging area to do any development, frankly. There's a lot of floodplain, a lot of property owners. All right, let's go to the next slide. So this slide looks similar, but this is proposed conditions. So as a reminder, the only mapping change that's going to occur will be inside the study limits, which is the yellow line. Again, I'm just going to kind of trace it out here so everyone can kind of see, because it is a bit difficult to see. And these are the depths for the 100-year storm, or the 1% exceedance, that are expected from all these flooding sources. So these green areas that you see here, it's not that it won't get any water at all, it's just it's a lot less, and it'll drop below the thresholds in a lot of most areas as a primary floodplain. So again, one of the members of the audience in public comment, I think Mr. Parsons is mentioning, what's the county doing? Again, I want to be careful that it's not really agendized, but very briefly, independent of this project, we're working on another CLOMAR, conditional letter of map revision, on the Pine Nut Creek. We believe the published flow rates of 5,100 CFS, cubic feet per second, is approximately, could be reduced by about 18%, which is about 900 CFS. That is in process. Once that is approved, that potentially could be added to the LOMAR stage of this model, which would show even better results in this area of the study. Jen or AJ had mentioned the other property acquisitions that have occurred through the area drainage master plan on the so-called Denmark site and the Red Oak site. And we're working towards coming up with plans for those. Courtney Walker has had the first ever stormwater for the county master plan adopted with priority projects identified.
Would you address the question Mr. Tolbert asked about the culvert?
Yeah, so let me get oriented. I'm sorry. I think we're here. Right, that will not be a mapped floodplain. Will it get flows? Yeah, it will. But according to our models and the CLOMAR, it will not be a mapped floodplain immediately downstream of those culverts. But you can see there are depths of flow here, so it does get flows. It's just not going to rise to the level of a mapped floodplain, primary floodplain. Oh.
You want to go back?
Also, just on that point, as Mr. Hutchings was explaining, a lot of these culverts are in place because the development agreement requires us to install the culverts so that we can perpetuate the flow of irrigation water from the east to the west. So once those neighborhoods are completed and there's no longer ranching going on in this area, those can be closed off. It's just
We had a meeting when we talked about how expensive these culverts are. And if they're not going to be needed, why were we already building them?
because we have to. We agreed to in the development agreement to build them.
Okay. The development agreement had to have some type of plan on where this water was going to go. And that's changed from what was planned.
It did not.
It did
It
not
did
change.
not. So let's move on.
No, no, I can't.
Do you have a specific question?
I have a specific, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
It's my understanding that when this was done in 2019 and 20, that this water was going to flow through a portion of Parks Land into Pagans Land. That's the timing of the development agreement. Now, we raised the road, we're moving the water to the north onto Parks Land. That's accurate, okay? So I'm saying if we change where the water's going to flow, then why wouldn't we change the part of the development agreement that doesn't require these culverts and save us millions of dollars?
Yeah, if we change the development agreement and we didn't install the culverts, then Park Ranch would not be able to irrigate prior to development. So they would have to, basically you just end up with unirrigated, unusable farmland.
How about the land he's developing now into homes, or are you talking about?
Well, the reason that it's in the development agreement is so that they can continue to ranch and farm pending construction of the development. If you took it out of the agreement, they would have to find some other way to irrigate, I suppose. But it is in the development agreement, which is why we built the culverts.
But isn't he building phase 1 and 2, or that's going on right now? And why is he farming the land where he's building phase 1 or 2 right now, or at least where it's planned?
Yeah. Yeah, if you go out to Buckeye Road today,
you know, we had a meeting and we talked about the cost of culverts, which shocked me. And
They're
I
expensive.
just feel, Jesus, it seems like a lot of money we're spending for that.
Mr. Gardner.
Well, I would suggest that, and I agree with your assessment, Mr. Hames, is that phase 1 is right there where Jeremy is indicating right now. Okay, that's phase 1, and that is around 400 plus homes. Okay, and based on the growth management ordinance, that 400 homes is going to take a considerable amount of time to build. And it's noted in the park development agreement that they understand that this is subject to the growth management ordinance, okay, that allows 70 allocations on an annual basis. And they recognize the fact that the total build out of Buckeye Farms, the 2,400 plus homes, close to 2,500, is going to be a 20 to 30 year process. So they're going to need the ability to irrigate that property and continue to use it as ranching, farming property in advance of them actually being able to build, as you've indicated. So I see the perfect need for maintaining irrigation channels and culverts to that effect. And if that's in our development agreement, then without coming back to this board for an amendment to that development agreement, we're required to build the culverts. Do we want to build them? The excessive cost is extremely expensive, and we could save our residents a considerable amount of money because this is all coming out of their pockets in taxes. We could save them considerable amount of money by not putting them in, but that was the development agreement that was before us that was approved in 2019. So,
okay, one more. So since you guys know my focus is this is where we are, how do we move forward? So we have already built that first section, phase A or B. If we go in there and Mr. Park says, I don't need these, these are, I've redirected, I've done what I needed to do. How do we remove those? What would be the solution to pulling those out with the next phase? So that it's on record of what we could do to remove that and address that question.
So so if Mr. Park said, hey, if we're talking about these culverts specifically, they're not part of the, he's like, hey, I'm not irrigating that way anymore, or never was, you messed up. We could block those off, or at least partially. That does take some nuisance ponding on what I call the elbow, where the roundabout meets with Buckeye Road. So you could restrict that with concrete or soft.
I think you're talking about the part not built yet. It would just take a written amendment to the development agreement.
Correct.
And who brings that forward?
Either party could suggest it.
And just And to clarify, that'd be by ordinance. So there'd be initial reading and a second reading. So it's via ordinance that this development agreement would be amended. It would be good to get some sort of indication from Mr. Park in writing before staff went. He needs to agree to that.
We're trying to find a solution that people are going to be satisfied with. So it's the part of compromising and negotiating. And if it's going to save the county millions in one area, then maybe Park can get something in return. And then you compromise and reach a good solution.
Commissioner Tarkanian just said we should negotiate and be open and compromise as we move forward. I think everyone agrees with that. Let's move on.
So the next slide, I'll turn back over to AJ Hames.
All right, thank you. So we've mentioned it already, and I just wanted to make sure it was part of the record too. This entire area is known now as Buckeye Farm. It is governed by a specific plan. All of the areas that you see there in color are receiving area, which is a master plan future land use designation that allows for future development. And specifically, in the development agreement, we, as a county, authorize the construction of 2,500 homes, which can, the math on that, it can be reduced for certain reasons. But basically, that was the authorization in that area. So we put down the receiving area, which is sort of like a blank canvas for the developer to then come in and propose the painting that he's going to build over the course of years, right? So once we put down the receiving area a year later in 2020, Park Ranch Holdings came back with this design. So this is what they proposed for the property that we've been talking about. This is their proposal. And you can see that they have designated in yellow the neighborhoods that we've been talking about. Neighborhood 1 is up at the top there. That's the one that's already been approved, but has not yet commenced construction. Next to that is the location of the future Justice Center. And then you can see also that most of this specific plan area is surrounded by a green or treed kind of shrubbed area. That is identified in the specific plan as native pasture. So you'll see there from the key, it says Buckeye Farm is preserving 460 acres. 285.6 of which are floodplain and native pasture. So there was some recognition on the part of Park Ranch that their development was in the floodplain and that it would require designating certain areas of land to continue to accommodate that floodplain even after construction.
But we changed the flood area. That's what I've been trying to get at. We
Yes.
changed it from what was in the plan.
Yeah, so why did we change it as we did? What was our objective? Well,
It's a really good objective. Go ahead.
knowing that this was the plan for Buckeye Farm, we're specifically trying to divert floodwater into areas that have been pre-designated for floodplain. So if you think back to the areas of adverse impact, those are all located in that northern section there, which is all set aside for floodplain and native pasture. So here's some additional sections from the specific plan that talk more about what those areas are supposed to do. They're supposed to take on some of those flows, to provide perimeter buffer areas, to accept flows, etc. They recognize in the specific plan both the water that will come in from the Pine Nut Creek and the Buckeye Creek. Both are mentioned here on this slide. And the whole idea of those was to accept these flood flows. So when the county built the road and designed it as we did, it wasn't just on a whim. We were attempting to utilize floodplain areas that had been pre-designated by Park Ranch Holdings as land that could be used for that purpose. This is just one more section, again, showing those native pasture areas. They're more clearly identified on that diagram. And you can see that those are natural open spaces designated for passive stormwater management.
For clarification purposes, the map is a little bit inverse, right? I mean,
Yeah, on this particular
okay.
map, north is to the left. So this is also from the specific plan. This is what Park Ranch Holdings presented as their concept for Moeller Parkway. And you can see here what the idea was behind all of the extra right-of-way. So you'll note on the left side, there's 105 feet. That is the area that was designated for 4 lanes of traffic, bike lanes, and a median, things of that nature. And then on the right side, you'll see the area that was sort of contemplated for both the multi-use path as well as a flood channel. And then you can see that the Virginia ditch is actually depicted outside of the right-of-way. You'll also notice on the left side that even in Park Ranch's own concept for Moeller Parkway, they're acknowledging that if it's built above grade, which is what's depicted here, that these fill slopes, in order to support Moeller Parkway, actually go outside of that right-of-way. So again, it's not like the county just decided on a whim, hey, you know what we ought to do is put these fill slopes on Park's land. No, we're basically using this conceptual drawing as a basis for our design. We're putting the 2 lanes that we're building now on the west side, we're building them up, and we're allowing for fill slopes to go down onto Park Ranch property just as they proposed in their specific plan.
Go back to my first question. Why didn't we build it further to the east so we didn't need to take the additional land to the west?
Well, as you can see here, even if basically what you see in this diagram is it's built as far east as it can go while still being able to accommodate the future plans for the rest of the right-of-way. And even in this diagram...
I'm so sorry. I don't mean to go on with... I'm missing something. You're telling me the 100 acres you just stated was for 100 feet was for the 100 feet was for the multi-path and the drainage, but now you're saying that you needed that for the additional 2 roads?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay. My question is, we have 100 feet for this other stuff. Why didn't we move the road over to the east so that we don't have to take any property to the west?
You can see it up there.
The county is still, in the future, would still like to use that area for flood conveyance. That's why we acquired it. That was the whole benefit of our bargain. That's what we gained from the development agreement, was that space. So to put a road in the middle of it...
I've been told by staff that we don't think we're going to build that drainage ditch at this time. And I've talked to Park, and he doesn't want to build it either. So it
we
seems like
can't build it at this time because there isn't any upstream improvements yet. But that's not to say that we are just...
Okay, so
correct.
which I'm going to lead to the next... Well, I'm going to wait till it's done. Okay.
Okay, so again, though, this is sort of a best-case scenario. As we indicated before, this contemplates a full 205 feet of right-of-way that's not encumbered by anything. You note the Virginia ditch on the outside, and you'll note the full 205 feet. But what we explained to you a moment ago is that, in fact, these conditions are not consistent throughout the entire right-of-way. So we don't always have 205 feet. I think at its most narrow point, we only have 168 feet. And we don't always have the Virginia ditch outside of the right-of-way. We have the Virginia ditch encroaching relatively far into the right-of-way. So even under best conditions, we still anticipated putting fill slopes onto Park Ranch property. Still, some of that fill would have gone onto his land, but these are not best case conditions that we're actually dealing with today. We are dealing with a Virginia ditch that is in the right-of-way, and we're dealing with areas that are less than 205 feet.
I was going to leave this question to the end, but you're leading into that. Is you knew this was going to happen when we did the development agreement. I assume Park knew that the Virginia ditch was in part of this area too. The county, you're saying, knew this. But why are we at a point now that we're in such a contentious matter between many residents in the county and us in taking eminent domain of this property if we knew this was going to happen in the future?
That's a good question. I mean, that's why the county designed the road as we did, because we didn't think this would be contentious, because it was contemplated from the beginning.
Madam Chair, if I may add to that, Commissioner Tarkanian, I'm sorry, I was thrown off by the comment. Staff have always intended for this 100-foot of right-of-way to be acquired to help us solve stormwater problems in the long term. We knew the combination of a number of things were gonna get us to our objectives. In the Stormwater Master Plan, the Douglas County Master Plan, all of the planning documents that we've referenced in this conversation. This is one of the many reasons why we didn't tie ourselves to a timeline for construction of that drainage channel. We knew it wasn't going to make sense initially to construct it right away, but in the long term, it may make sense. And ideally, it would be something less than the 100 feet. To have a drainage channel of that width adjacent to a road from a maintenance standpoint is problematic. It may not be the most cost-effective use of county resources. It will it will assist in mitigating floodwater for those residents who live south of the road. Our goal is to spend county resources and to leverage county funding to pull as many residents of Douglas County out of the floodplain as possible. And so we believe that focusing effort and resources upstream first and then designing the channel after to capture whatever is left over is the most prudent use of county resources. Hopefully that answers your question a little bit better. Okay, thank you.
We're just using so much time. I'm very concerned. Let's not ask any questions until the end of their presentation.
This just kind of emphasizes that same concept. This comes from the ordinance that was adopted in order to implement the 2019 development agreement. This is where it talks about drainage. It's talking about the right-of-way and how it will accommodate the 4-lane road, the path, and the drainage facilities. It says this infrastructure coupled with construction of additional drainage infrastructure upstream in the Pine Knot and Buckeye washes would likely remove the eastern areas of the towns of Minden and Gardnerville from the current floodplain.
I'm sorry, I need to.
No, we're not going to. No, write it down.
That's important to emphasize, Madam Chair.
No, write it down.
It is important to emphasize that it's 2019. This was the original development agreement.
Quiet. No. We're going to hold all questions until the end. Write it down.
It's not a question.
Continue. I will take no comments. Continue the presentation. You write it down. Ask it later.
This again comes from the Buckeye Farm specific plan, again talking about the slopes from Moeller Parkway. It states permanent slope easements may be required to accommodate construction of the roadway and drainage facilities. So again, a recognition that slope section would be needed outside the right-of-way. So we've talked a little bit about the ordinance. Now, what does the agreement itself say? It starts off in the ordinance by explaining what the county gained and why, and this kind of goes to the conversation we were just having. We just read that first paragraph. And then this also referred to, in that ordinance, the then active master plan, which states that flood-prone areas should be considered for acquisition by public purchase or by dedication for public usage. The whole concept of this project was to achieve that policy. We were trying to acquire this land so that we could perform the projects that were needed in order to achieve our flood and drainage objectives. However, as I'll show you in the slides that come, we did not take on, because we didn't have the resources to, and it wouldn't have been prudent, an obligation to perform any of those specific tasks within any particular timeline. This is from the development agreement itself, section 1.3. This talks about the purposes and objectives that are supposed to be achieved with regard specifically to the county's obligations. It specifically notes that it wants to set a deadline for the county to construct at least 2 lanes of Moeller Parkway. There's no reference here or anywhere else in the development agreement that would obligate the county to construct any specific drainage improvements on any particular timeline. The county is constructing 2 lanes of Moeller Parkway. This whole resolution is to allow the county to proceed with that specific contractual obligation. We are trying to complete the 2 lanes of Moeller Parkway in order to comply with that provision. This is also from the agreement. This is section 5.1. Down at the bottom, it recognizes that there may be a need to acquire additional right-of-way. It states the parties agree to negotiate in good faith for the acquisition of additional right-of-way necessitated by external requirements without the use of eminent domain proceedings. County shall pay owner the fair market value of such additional right-of-way should it become required. Now, to the county, this is relatively clear. This is talking about a need to obtain additional right-of-way and the process that the parties would use to follow it. Park Ranch will point to the sentence that precedes it where it's talking about federal funding. But note in the highlighted section, there isn't a requirement of federal funding in order to obtain additional right-of-way. Obviously, the parties knew how to talk about federal funding because we did in the preceding sentence. But here, when can we obtain additional right-of-way? Anytime there's any external requirements. So, what are the external requirements in this particular case? There are a number. Sorry, my notes are a little out of order. First, we know that the right-of-way that was dedicated to the county is not the full 205 feet. It is, in fact, at numerous places less. In addition, it's encumbered by the Virginia Ditch, which neither Park Ranch nor the county can control. We cannot, on our own, relocate that ditch. There were additionally power poles located along the Buckeye Road that had to be avoided. The roadway crosses two separate floodplains and has to accommodate those floodplains in order to be built. And when built above grade, it requires fill slopes. So, those are all things that have necessitated the need for this additional right-of-way. And yet, Park Ranch has been unwilling to consider any offer to purchase that right-of-way. We have viewed that as a violation of the development agreement. Park Ranch would argue that it isn't, and again, that's based on their concept that federal funding is the only reason why we can ask for additional right-of-way, but that is not what this sentence says. This is from section 5.3 of the development agreement. It again just emphasizes what the county's obligations were. We were to construct 2 lanes of Muller Parkway within the deeded right-of-way. We also negotiated for ourselves a right of entry. This is what we had mentioned previously. There were some questions about this. During the term of the agreement, upon advance notice to Park Ranch is supposed to permit the county to enter upon the property, meaning the Buckeye Farm property, for the purpose of conducting survey work, drainage studies, site visits, and similar undertakings reasonably related to the funding and construction of Muller Parkway. Those are those temporary construction easements we were talking about earlier. In addition, we, the county, have the right to install and maintain culverts or other drainage facilities upon the property, meaning not within the right-of-way, on the property. Unfortunately, we have not been able to gain access to those areas, and so we've had to delay, for example, the final installation of a number of culverts. That is why we've included those parcels within our eminent domain complaint, because to date, we've been unable to obtain the access that we are required to be given pursuant to the terms of the development agreement. Section 6.1 again just emphasizes what was to be accomplished and performed by the county by way of this development agreement. We were to commence and substantially complete the construction of 2 lanes of Muller Parkway. That was the only obligation. It was to be performed within 6 years. No other obligation was to be performed within that timeline. I guess there were other obligations. We were supposed to provide receiving area, which we did. We're supposed to approve planning applications, which we've done with Neighborhood 1. But with regard to actual work on the ground, our only obligation was to build 2 lanes within 6 years. So with that, I will turn the time back over to Ms. Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. That concludes our presentation. Based on the information provided to the board today, as well as the information to staff report, we are recommending that you approve the resolution as presented. At this point, Madam Chair, we would turn it back to the County Commission for any questions that you may have. And then, of course, we welcome the presentation by the landowner.
First, we're going to Commissioner Gardner to ask and make the points he wanted to make where I cut him off.
Madam Chair, I only wanted to show that that was the original development agreement. All I wanted to point out was that what what Assistant Deputy District Attorney A.J. Hames was pointing out was those are the terms of the original development agreement. That's all I wanted to point out is the dates on that, not this. So thank you. I've asked all my questions. That's all I was trying to do.
Yes.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, if we deny this recommendation, we go back to where we're at before, and we're only going to buy 1 point whatever acres and pay lesser amount. It's still eminent domain on all the properties that you talked about.
Yeah, the board has already authorized eminent domain.
Okay, so if that's the case, is it not beneficial for Park to want us to adopt this resolution?
We believe that it is, which is why.
Last question. Just tell me, what would the drawback be? I mean, I guess I could ask them when they come up, but yeah, I'll do that. Never mind.
Commissioner Rice, do you have questions?
I have no questions. I will have a comment, but I would assume that'll be for later.
Yes. When we're done with questions, we will take a 15-minute break, and then we will have Park Ranch Holdings present.
Thank you.
Yes. Commissioner Tolbert. All right. 15-minute break, and then we will hear from Park. So we will reconvene. We're not going to take a full lunch break because I think these good people have things they want to get done this afternoon. So let's make it 12:45, so it's almost 20 minutes. We're getting ready to reconvene, so I invite you to find your seats. We are ready to reconvene. I will note that I've spoken with the park representatives and they indicated their presentation is about 20 minutes. I have not spoken to my commissioners about how long their interruptions are going to take, but we'll try and keep ourselves succinct and yet ask everything that we need to ask. They have indicated they would take questions as we go, so let's just try and not be repetitive and be pointed in our questions and move forward expeditiously, but with as much time as we need. All right. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Welcome.
Someone turned it on for me. It was the force, magic. Thank you. Nicole Scott of Womblebond Dickinson on behalf of the Park Ranch entities. Thank you for this time. I was here before you in April and urged this board to not adopt the proposed resolution, to instead pause and ask questions because the staff materials and recommendation were replete with errors. The board just didn't have the full picture. I told you staff's designs would harm Park Ranch property, much more than staff said. That staff's appraisal didn't account for all of the flooding and increase to the base flood elevation over 1 foot. And it also did not account for the flooding less than 1 foot and the impacts to Park Ranch's agricultural and development property. The resolution that staff proposed abandoned the 2019 ordinance regarding installing drainage infrastructure along with Muller Parkway's construction, and that staff's designs are not to the county standards. It would make the problem worse by building a substandard road. And that staff's design somehow couldn't fit a 40-foot road within a 205-foot right-of-way given. Staff was not using all the land given. I urged you to ask staff important questions, such as why is the road not being built to code? What is happening with the more than 100 feet right-of-way that is not being used? Would we as the county allow a developer to change the flows and flood downstream properties? Why should our designs do so? Because we are back here today, I am again urging you to ask 10 important questions. First, why are we here today? Just some of these staff errors that I brought to your attention are coming to light. Back in April, staff told you they needed just under 2 acres. In their resolution, they blamed Park Ranch, even stated that Park Ranch violated terms of the development agreement by rejecting the county's offer. Staff then took the board's resolution, filed an eminent domain action, and then filed a motion for immediate occupancy. What became readily apparent was there was errors in both the complaint, the resolution, and the motion for immediate occupancy, listing the legal property that was going to be taken by the county. What's worse, the county, in its motion for immediate occupancy and eminent domain, was trying to take land that was never approved by this board. The court instructed the county that the errors had to be fixed. It was not a question arose about the legal descriptions or that county elected to amend. These were egregious errors. They were attempting to take land without board authorization, without proper notice, and without due process. So back in April, the county was seeking to take just under 2 acres, as you saw, 0.68 acres for the right-of-way, 1.24 acres for drainage easements. And back in April, staff repeatedly represented it was attempting to minimize the amount of encroachments and easements. It was stating that the takings were to cause the least private injury. But now, we've gone from just under 2 acres to approximately over 10 acres, 3.54 acres for the right-of-way, 6.77 acres for the drainage easements. This is not a mere amendment. This is not a mere clarification. This is drastically different than what was prior. Which brings us to the second question. Why the 400% increase in takings? And these are takings. These are not a mere purchase. Park Ranch was not selling. This is not an arm's length transaction between a willing seller. This is eminent domain. Eminent domain is where this board must make the finding that these takings are necessary, which leads to the third question. Is this necessary? Why, if given 205 feet right-of-way, is more needed when the county isn't even using all of the right-of-way? The county staff in its agenda packet provided these maps, and we've taken a few of those to illustrate them for you today. So those are in Exhibit F in the agenda packet that the staff provided at pages 778 through 784. And as been discussed earlier, the road has been pushed to the west, so encroachments are happening, but there's nothing being built or planned for the excess right-of-way. So in this one area, you could see how there's all this extra space, but yet the blue is where they are taking from. The extra 100 feet was for drainage improvements and the multimodal path. There's none planned, so why is the county needing to take more? This was part of the PowerPoint presentation we saw earlier. This is the cover page, the first page of the map, and this highlights not only the adverse impacts that we heard Mr. Hutchins call the salmon or pink color, but then there is the light blue area running along that are now part of the right-of-way enlargements that the county is seeking to take. Earlier, Mr. Hutchings said that certain areas, phase 1 and phase 3, were already built out. That means the county is now asking this board to belatedly approve the eminent domain takings that have already occurred with the areas that have already been built out. In the proposed resolution, it states that in section 4, so today's proposed resolution says that the park property is necessary for the completion of Muller Parkway and its associated drainage and irrigation improvements. It's not necessary. How can it be when we're not working within the right-of-way given? This leads to the fourth question. Is this new version the true extent of the takings? No, it's under-inclusive. The court has already commented on this in the underlying litigation. The court has said the county, quote, is woefully under the areas that you would compensate Park Ranch for if you're going to fix some of these drainage issues in my observation. So I would reevaluate that, and that's up to the Board of County Commissioners. Here, the county wants to limit the takings to just those over 1 feet for adverse impact. And we would disagree. The county's calculations are accurate. Our consultant has calculated something different. But what about the impact from takings with an increase to the base flood elevation of 6 inches? This is an increase that never would have been there but for the county's design and construction, changing the flows. So on this board, we have our consultant's representation of 6 inches or greater increase. And it might be very hard to see. You can see the red probably from where you are, but 29.26 acres will be impacted by increases greater than 6 inches.
Can you state that number again? I'm sorry.
29.26 acres will be impacted with increases of 6 inches or more to the base flood elevation. And what about a 1 inch increase? I heard Mr. Hames earlier say even a cup of water on the land. To be clear, this is a change to what the land is right now. These are increases. So a 1-inch increase to the base flood elevation because of the changing flows is affecting and impacting Park Ranch property.
Man, okay, go ahead, Joe, I'm sorry.
Are you talking simply about, just now, was that statement just in regards to north of Muller?
Can we go back to the, yeah. You were asking about the 6-inch increase, correct? Yes. So pulling it up just to see the red highlights before I misstate. So there is other areas besides just north of Muller.
Okay, and are there areas that will be taken out, that water will be taken from?
That wouldn't be an issue as far as an eminent domain takings issue. So if you're asking, is Park benefiting from getting some of the benefit of the bargain that he was supposed to be getting with drainage improvements? In certain areas, yes, but he shouldn't be harmed in other areas.
I got a question, but I'll follow up on that, so when the county built the road up, it took a lot of Park's development out of the drainage area, but diverted it to other park land. It's your position that the county taking the flood out of his current development should not be used as a minimizing factor when the county's going to divert the water to other park areas. Is that what you're saying?
2 points to your answer. 2 points answer to your question. So first, part of the bargain that he was getting, and the reason why he needed so much land, was to take Park Ranch and other areas of Minden and Gardnerville out of the floodplain. The county represented it would build a drainage channel and drainage infrastructure in tandem with the road. So that's number one. But number two, to clarify, you're saying much of the development, which would be inaccurate, because we're talking about what neighborhood one is.
I said the number one, the first and second phases is what I said.
Oh, pardon me. I misheard
I'm not
you.
speaking loud enough. Normally I do, and then my wife chastises me, so I got to cut it down some. Okay, so when this, first of all, there's two things I want to ask. Is there any legal standard that you guys are using to use a 1/2 inch instead of a full inch of water?
I think you're saying a 1/2 foot.
I'm
instead
yeah,
of
I'm
a
sorry.
foot.
Yes.
And actually, I would beg to differ that it's even lower than that. Because a flooding is a taking. This is an eminent domain action. And there is a taking of property when you flood extra than wasn't there before.
Do you have legal grounds for that, whether case law or statute?
Absolutely. Flooding is a taking, and that is a case law throughout the country. You heard Mr. Hutchings reference the FEMA code relating to both looking for a CLOMAR and for county code. County code is discussing adverse impact. And that's only when the county here has to step up and say, this is 1 foot. Just compensation is a legal definition within both our Constitution and the statute.
Look, I don't want to prolong this and take a lot of this time. I'm a lawyer. I understand what you're saying. We don't need to go through the basics of legal stuff. Is there a statute or case law that says that an adverse effect on the land from flooding is a 1/2 acre or less, or anything under a foot? Foot.
But
A foot.
it will vary in different areas. But importantly, every case that I've ever read has said that flooding is a taking.
No, I
So
understand that, but there has to be
to-
a standard of what a flooding is. You know that.
So there's a difference here because you're adding the word adverse impact, which is different than what the court is going to consider for just compensation
Okay.
purpose, which is the impact. So,
Okay, so you
county
say you
code,
don't-
adverse impact, 1 foot is what is in code.
So you're saying you believe the legal standard is just impact, not adverse impact?
Absolutely.
Okay. Second thing, this is what I wanted to get at, if I don't forget what it was. Okay. You said part of the reason Park gave up so much land was that it was his understanding the county was going to take this area out of the floodplain. Well, there was a site plan drawn by Park that had the water going down the middle of his property after the development agreement was done. Now, this raising the road up has taken it out of that area and diverted it. It had. Well, I spent a lot of time with Mr. Park, as I have with the county. It has. And now it's gone to another area of Park's land. So it's taken it out of some of his current immediate development to an area that's open fields.
Is there a question?
Well, you said that it was his understanding when he gave the land that he was going to take the property out of the floodplain, but in his site plan, he put it right on his property. So that was after the development agreement was done.
I'm broadly speaking when I say that the understanding was that it would take, as the county represented to the public, it was going to take Minden and Garterville with upstream drainage out of the floodplain. For Park, he understood that there was going to be still portions that were going to come on his land, and that's why you see in the site improvement plan certain acres. But now it's going to be devastatingly more that's going to be impacting his property due to the county's changes of the flows.
My question was similar to Commissioner Tarkanian's, and you said that the agreement would take Park out of the floodplain, and I was going to ask where that is in the agreement.
I said his understanding.
So it's not in the agreement?
So that was his benefit of the bargain, was that he was going to have vested development rights for this area. He was deeding extra land for drainage, and that this was going to help remove him from the floodplain.
Can you show me where that is in the development agreement?
As I said, this was his understanding. That's what I was discussing. I will say, though, that staff represented to the public and put in its ordinance what it was going to be doing. So both in the FAQs and both in the ordinance presentation and to staff presentation when they did their PowerPoints, provided these examples as part of our written public comment, showing that they were going to build this drainage infrastructure with Muller Parkway.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
Yeah, so I only have one question. I'm going to leave it alone. You said that he understood there was going to be some flooding and in that site plan, but now it's turned a lot more flooding in the area that we're going to eminent domain. Is that because of the failure to build the drainage ditch at this time, or why is there so much more water now than what was anticipated?
The county's design plans have caused this. I'm not an engineer, so I'm not able to speak to all these, but I will be yielding a few moments of my time to someone that will be able to explain it. So to be clear here, staff is only talking about adverse impact, and that's all they're presenting in this eminent domain amendment, if you will, for you. But it is our position that there is a cost to mitigate everything below an adverse impact. Everything below 12 inches is still going to impact and be a cost to the property owner. The property owner should not be burdened and have to deal with having to mitigate for flooding because of this new road design and construction and the change of flows. So to be clear, any increase in flooding is a taking. Park Ranch moved for inverse condemnation because of these takings. So how will Park Ranch have to mitigate the new increases in depth because the county's plans now change the flows? Based on the materials that were uploaded on Friday night by staff, Park Ranch has performed a preliminary work to determine how it could possibly mitigate all this new flooding. And for this, I'd like to yield a few minutes of my time to Mr. Rob Anderson of Wilson Engineering, who's going to explain how Park would be able to work this.
What's that? Yeah. Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the Board of Commissioners, Mr. Rice. I hope you're well, and I'm pleased that you're here today. For the record, my name is Rob Anderson. I am with Wilson Engineers now, formerly the principal engineer at R.O. Anderson Engineering. For context and background, our firm was the firm that prepared the technical analysis, I would say, of the specific plan that is now known as Buckeye Farms that you've referred to several times in the discussion today. As part of that, specifically, we did do a hydraulic analysis of the floodplains from both Pine Nut Creek, Buckeye Creek, as well as the drain that comes out of the reservoir that Mr. Hutchings described earlier in his testimony. As part of that, and frankly, it was necessary to demonstrate to staff during the review of Buckeye Farms that there was a feasible means of handling the floodwaters that were known to affect this property. And had you been here, or if you were to do the research about this particular property and the history of the entitlement actions on it, you would know that Park Cattle Company previously filed an application, and one of the critical issues of why it got denied was the floodplain issues were not addressed. And so that was part of our obligation. So this exhibit here, and I'm going to do my best, Madam Chairman, you yell at me if you need me to stop, but I'm just so I can point to the board. Commissioner Gardner, you earlier rightly noted that this drawing is oriented 90 degrees to, or misoriented 90 degrees to the other drawings you've been doing. So I'm going to, just for the purposes of everybody else's benefit, and those that don't do mapping every day, I wanted to just make sure you all understood. This drawing is directly from the specific plan of Buckeye Farms. It was prepared in 2020. These shaded blue areas that are here, allow me to get you oriented first. So Buckeye Road is here. Of course, Muller Parkway, which is the subject, at least a part of this discussion today, is here. This area here is Ashland Park, or what now is known as Ashland Park. And this would be the extension of Hayborn Road through the development, and Zero Lean Road crosses back here, back into town. Okay, so everybody's oriented. This is the development area here that is contemplated as part of and approved as part of the Buckeye Farms development. The discussion is and has been about the flooding. I will point to you and show you that we had contemplated and addressed where flooding was anticipated to occur as a result of this development. And there is an area, and I believe County Manager Jennifer has pointed this out, and also the presentation shows flooding here. Additionally, we anticipated from Buckeye Creek that this area inside of Muller Parkway would flood, and that there would be this area adjacent, and the project was designed so as to minimize any encroachments onto the proposed lots, so they could be addressed. That was done in 2020. That was, as Mr. Tarkanian, you pointed out, after the development agreement was done, a feasible solution for how this development could occur and still achieve the Douglas County's floodplain ordinance, floodplain management ordinance, Chapter 20, Section 50, 20.50. That was there. As part of what I was asked to do, I am a consultant to Park, and I have been, I've enjoyed that relationship since his grandfather. And we've done a lot of work for the Park family over the years on this property and others. But as of a few months ago, the only active client or active task I had for Mr. Park was maintaining his water rights. And then I got subpoenaed to testify in this case because of my knowledge and background on not only this but other matters relative to it. So I was provided on last week, perhaps the week before, the floodplain mapping that was done by this mapping that you see here, the red that was shown, the different depths of flooding, was prepared by the firm of Moran House. They're consulting engineers, hydraulic engineers, very good at what they do. And they, Mr. Cochran provided those exhibits to us, and then we were asked on behalf of Park to tell them from just a due diligence standpoint, just a 30,000 foot level, what would be required to mitigate the additional depth of flooding that has been identified based on the modeling. I will tell you that Mr. Cochran, on behalf of Moran House, performed this modeling utilizing Douglas County's model, floodplain model that was prepared by J.E. Fuller as part of the Muller Parkway project. So just to be consistent. Additionally, I would tell you the background on these exhibits that Mr. Cochran prepared is they are a comparison of the existing conditions prior to construction and the post-project conditions. This exhibit that I presented just a few moments ago is similarly existing conditions, or actually in my instance it was the presentation of the post-project conditions and how it would affect here. It wasn't a direct comparison and there was no determination of depths. We just knew that these areas would have to be flooded for the project to go forward as planned. Mr. Cochran, he did the incremental depths and showed us where that flooding would occur. So here is my second exhibit, and to keep things oriented, this exhibit is the supplemental impacts as a result of the additional flooding that Ms. Scott was presenting to you. Did I get it wrong? That was actually 180 degrees. It was just 90? Oh, back one. Yeah. So confusing. Golly. Thank you. So this diagram, what we have done is we've taken the diagrams that Mr. Cochran prepared and the depths of flooding, and we have overlaid it on the development plan that was approved for Buckeye Farms. These light blue areas are consistent or similar to, they're actually a little bit more purple perhaps, to the areas or the color that we use in Buckeye Farms, but they represent the additional depth of flooding that is expected as a result of the construction of the road. Additional, so existing floodplain plus the impacts as a result of the road. And as you can see here, we did this crosshatched area is the area that we identified during the preparation of the specific plan based on the hydraulic modeling that representative or myself and others in my firm prepared, is this crosshatched area. And you do see that there is flood water that is going to end up in that. However, as a result of the design of the road, what the hydraulic analysis prepared by J.E. Fuller demonstrates is that this flooding actually occurs over the development area. That condition, and I respect the questions about the depth of flooding, and is really 1 inch an impact. And I, as a professional engineer and somebody who has been involved, actively involved in the design of some of the more significant subdivisions in this community, I would tell you it's a big deal. And here's the reason why, is while that might not be designated as a floodplain, it might not even be designated as a Zone X, meaning shallow flooding less than 1 foot. The difficulty is once you know that there's going to be water here, you can't just let it run through the fences. People are going to build yards, they're going to build fences, the roads are going to intercept it, and that extra water is going to be diverted, it's going to be stacked up, it's going to be a problem. So that it has to be dealt with. This project, you're perhaps familiar with the Hayborn Meadows project on Buckeye Road south.
I think we want to keep it on. And now where you were pointing just now, Mr. Anderson, is that part of the Ashland Park?
No.
Water?
No.
Okay.
This? No.
No, before that.
This water is the Pine Nut Creek water.
Right, so that's not even in the area where we're talking about?
No, that is.
For the eminent domain pieces?
Well, I think...
Because our agenda item is about the eminent domain pieces.
I believe, Ms. Hales, based on Ms. Scott's comments, this is the park's presentation of the concerns that perhaps we have the county's submission of this eminent domain action hasn't gone far enough. So my purpose of my presentation is to show you why these lower levels of lower depths of flooding are an issue and need also to be addressed. And there's a way to address them, but it results in costs. It results in capital costs, and then it results in maintenance costs. And so that's the purpose of my comments. Can I proceed?
Yes, but
thank you.
Try to be concise.
I always try to be concise. Anyways, the reason that it's an issue is that depth of flooding is once you start building cross fences past where the water theoretically is going to go, you end up diverting it to your neighbor, you end up stacking it up, and it becomes a problem. So the depth of flooding is a problem, and at no point did we ever anticipate, when we prepared the specific plan, that there would be flooding through the areas called the neighborhoods 2, 3, 4. I want to spend just another moment and speak to you about this area here. Mr. Hames rightfully points out in his presentation to you a few moments ago that this area north of Muller Parkway, there was a strip of land in there that was shown to be native hay open space. That area is about 800 foot wide, and it was true. And a portion, perhaps even a significant portion of the areas that were colored salmon, I think is what my colleague Mr. Hutchings pointed out, of the adverse impact greater than 1 foot were within that area. that 800 feet immediately north, but not all of them. This is the result of the, again, this J.E. Fuller's model. We extended it beyond what the limits of flooding that they showed. But what you see here is this area right next to it. In fact, this green area, if you can see it, or perhaps come and look at it later, is that area that Mr. Hames was pointing out. This additional area here is flooding that, again, would have never been anticipated. Now, I didn't speak to it under this exhibit, but if you allow me to, under this exhibit, when we prepared the plan, we anticipated that they would build the roads in accordance with Douglas County Code, and they would be required to build culverts sufficient to pass it. Actually, at the time the design was done, the county contemplated this would be an emergency access route. I understand it hasn't been designated as such, but in doing so, water would not have been allowed to overtop, and we anticipated that Buckeye would be, in fact, have to go underneath the road. Hence, there was no flooding up in this area anticipated, or very limited flooding. And the flooding was going to occur on the inside and of Muller Parkway, and as a result of that, Mr. Park didn't plan any development in that area. But now what has occurred is there is this, now he's ended up with a piece of land that could have been used for development, and the area that he had the development rights to that are north, he now has to deal with additional flooding. With that, I want to take just a couple seconds, a few seconds. There's been testimony today that the culverts at Buckeye Road and Muller Parkway were done for irrigation purposes. I would tell you as a professional engineer that they are, if whoever designed it for that purpose or alleged purpose grossly missed it. Mr. Park doesn't have the right to take 500 cubic feet per second from the Virginia Canal. He has the right to take 30, 35 at any particular time, perhaps. But box culverts of that size, they are not, excuse me, my professional opinion, it's disingenuous to suggest that those were installed for irrigation purposes and had to meet the terms of the development agreement. With that, I'm going to turn it back one more. Oh, so, and I honestly, I've been surprised. I'm going to just use the word surprised by the design, and I have I've participated in numerous meetings with County Manager Davidson to express some of the concerns, because our firm did represent Ashland Park. Our firm obviously had been involved with this preparation at Buckeye Farms. I have been surprised, perhaps aghast, that the county proceeded with this and is not meeting Douglas County's design criteria improvement standards. The section of road between Ashland, or Toller, and Park South Line definitely doesn't meet it, and that is part of the reason why you're seeing this excess flooding going around in this direction. I don't think anybody, excuse me, one more second, Mr.
You got to explain how it's not meeting it or before you go on.
I will. You did. And I'm old now, and so I don't recall things as quick as I used to. But the issue is that because it hasn't been designed in accordance with Douglas County standards, we have these issues. At no point am I aware of a development project in the last 40 years that's been allowed to proceed without mitigating the drainage, period. Detention ponds, retention ponds, conveyance to another channel. I cannot think of a project. I would also tell you that it's a big deal to deal with, to mitigate these issues, right? There's a lot of floodwater, and this regional floodwater should not be foisted on, in my professional opinion, a single party to deal with. That has been discussed with Ms. Davidson on a couple of occasions where I've pointed these issues out, and unfortunately, we find ourselves where we are today. Mr. Tarkanian, would you mind asking that question? I've got to explain.
How does the road not meet the design criteria?
Sorry, my friend here. So how it doesn't? So the section from Toller Lane to Park's north property line will not pass a 25-year storm. It just will. There's no conveyance for the 25-year storm that does not meet Douglas County's design criteria and improvement standards. You hold it to everybody else. I do not understand how that happened. I understand.
Can you give an example of a road that was in similar conditions that was held to different standards?
Oh, you'd have to give me a few minutes, but I'll start rattling them off.
All right, continue.
Okay. So that is one area in particular. Additionally, just the lack of, it states in your ordinance when you adopted this, it states in the development agreement that it was going to be built to an urban standard. Urban standard requires curb and gutter. Curb and gutter requires catch basins. Catch basins then go to pipes. Pipes then go to conveyance facilities. That is what your code requires. That hasn't been done, surprisingly. Now, I've sat in testimony and hearings as a result of my current role, and I understand that, Mr. Hutchings so much as has said, well, we can come back and put those curb and gutters in later. That is, your engineering department would not allow that of any other developer. Go pave a road, come back and put curb and gutter, because it never works.
Do you have an example where there's curb and gutter and no development?
In what?
Do you have an example where curb and gutter were required and there's no development next to it?
Yeah, well, you're building a road to a standard that was agreed to and contemplated under the agreement. The timing of David's development wasn't predicated on whether it was an urban standard or a rural
And
standard.
can you point to where the urban standard is required?
Yeah, I believe it's in the ordinance. It was going to be built to an urban standard. And I'll actually, to answer your first question, look at Muller Parkway North. Actually, look at two instances Muller Parkway. Look at it right up here at Muller and 395. From there to Monte Vista Avenue. There's curb and gutter, and there is no development. Go south now.
And I have another question.
No, wait, let me finish my other question. If you go south, look at Muller Parkway from US Highway 395 to the Virginia Canal. There's curb and gutter, no development.
Yeah, but development is very close to those.
No,
so pretty close compared to this, it is. And so my other question is, what counteroffer did Park make to the eminent domain offer the county made?
I'm not aware of one. That would have to be Ms. Scott. I'm not aware. I haven't dealt with the legal
So
issue.
what I hear you saying is
Mhm.
the eminent domain should be broader. And so I want to ask, what counteroffer did you make?
That's the reason why Park filed its inverse condemnation action, because it is not, the eminent domain action here is not all-inclusive of
So
all
instead
the
of making a counteroffer saying, hey, we think it should be bigger or we think it should be so much money, you didn't have those conversations. You just filed an inverse condemnation claim.
Actually, there was a lot of discussion between the parties all along, as Mr. Anderson was talking about.
So what counteroffer did you specifically make?
To deal with this water in the way that it needs to be dealt with. the
Was there a
regional floodwater.
counteroffer?
So if I'm hearing you correctly,
No, if I'm hearing you correctly, it's no.
you're capturing something as a counter offer when the parties were trying to come together and negotiate what to do with this water. When Mr. Park and when Park Ranch was realizing that that the county was not going to fix anything and in fact make it worse and was not going to budge in any way, Park had to, under its constitutional rights, seek a case for inverse condemnation. So I hear the accusation in your tone, but I don't know that you're aware of the history between what was going on with
I'm
the
aware.
parties.
And there was no counteroffer that I'm aware of, and you haven't told me about one, so I don't know of one. So do you have more presentation?
I do, thank you. And Mr. Anderson is just wrapping up.
Thank you for your attention. I recognize that this is a difficult decision that you have before you. I find it unfortunate that we find ourselves in this situation. As a long-standing member of the community, active in this particular part of the business, it truly is very unfortunate. Thank you. I'm available if you have other questions. Later, I will stay. Stick around. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. So this brings us to a related fifth question that I would ask this board to consider. It is, will the county have to pay more to the property owner to mitigate all of the flooding? The definition of just compensation is to put the property owner back into the same position monetarily as if the property had never been taken. So Mr. Anderson went through, he did a high level 30,000 feet due diligence estimate of what it would take and what it would cost this county then to put Mr. Park and Park property back into its original position. It's estimated at least $10 million. To be sure, even if this was all that the county was taking, meaning just the 1 foot, the over 10 acres that it was taking, does this appraisal represent fair market value? It's far too low. And this is based on the county's prior appraisal. The county.
Commissioner Gardner has a question.
So my observation is everybody in this county, for that matter, everybody in the country is subject to rainwater on their personal property. Okay? At what point in time does FEMA require flood insurance? Is it 1 inch? Because that's kind of what you're anticipating or intimating is that that this property should not encounter any floodwater whatsoever, any water from rain above 1 inch, or else that's adverse effects. That seems highly unlikely to me. Otherwise, almost every resident in this county would be required to buy flood insurance, and I don't believe that's the case. We have certain areas that are, okay? Chichester is already a floodplain, and they do have to buy flood insurance, okay? I don't know of other areas that are, but that's kind of what you're indicating, is that any water that comes on this property whatsoever is considered adverse effects, and I have a problem with that definition.
She clarified that she wasn't saying adverse. Adverse was a statute. Just impact.
We're all subject to impact of rainwater. I mean, we have it going on right now outside, but...
Just one moment. But I would like to clarify that your question asked about rainwater. And here we have a diversion of floodwater that's coming in. It's much different than just the rainwater that you're expecting to see. So I would like to...
It's you know, and I would say, you know, what you're saying is that floods don't occur just out of, you know, out of the blue. They occur because of rain, okay? And so we all have to anticipate and have a plan for when our property has a little bit of water on it, you know, so that's, you know, does it have impact? Yeah, it has impact. It has county-wide impact. It has universal impact across the globe of any rainwater whatsoever, okay? And so and we recognize that, and one of the reasons that this property was in the floodplain, and we're attempting by the building of Mueller above grade to get it out of the floodplain and to the benefit of Park Ranch Holdings.
Mr. Gardner, again, for the record, my name is Rob Anderson. I, in addition to being a professional engineer, I happen to be a water rights surveyor and also a certified floodplain manager. Your question, initial question to Ms. Scott before your statement was, what does FEMA require? I would like to answer that for you, okay? So if it's a designated floodplain, and only if it's designated special, it's actually a special flood hazard area, typically having a depth of flooding of greater than 1 foot or a velocity of something, then you would be required to have flood insurance if you have a mortgage. If you're fortunate enough not to have a mortgage, you don't have to have flood insurance under the adopted standards by the Federal Emergency Management Agency. That is wholly different than what we're discussing, or what my presentation was, and I apologize, Mr. Gardner, because I obviously didn't do a very good job. That what's happened is, as a result of the construction of the road, based on your own modeling, Douglas County's consultant's modeling, water is being diverted from its historic pattern and therefore rerouted and allowed to overtop the road, something I would tell you was never contemplated at the time of the development agreement, and therefore routed into areas that are planned and approved for development. Then what has to happen is that water has to be dealt with.
I'm glad you brought this up, Mr. Anderson, because what I'm suggesting is that if we didn't build it above grade, we would allow that water to just go on to the Park Ranch Holdings property, and they wouldn't be able to build. Okay? Huh? I'm just saying, we're assisting by building above grade and allowing
He was talking
that
about
property.
Ashlands where we didn't build above grade.
Well, Ashland is not on the agenda today.
Mr. Gardner, that's not accurate. Respectfully, that is just not accurate. The property was not in the floodplain. This property here was not in the floodplain. The reason we did the analysis we did that I testified to a few moments ago is to show where that flooding would go, routing around Pine Neck Creek. This was not in the floodplain. This property was not in the floodplain. Based on the construction of the road, it is now, this area is going to, portions of these areas, as I pointed out, are going to be subject to flooding, and that water then has to be dealt with. It didn't have to be dealt with. If you didn't build the road, it doesn't flood there. That, I think, is the correct answer, okay? Now, they showed the flooding map, Jeremy showed those flooding maps, and but the road was contemplated to essentially be, and the channel for which you negotiated to acquire, with the 100-foot wide channel, which ultimately did get constructed.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you pull the microphone closer to you?
Yes, thank you. My apologies. If the road, excuse me, if the channel had been constructed and the road been constructed in accordance with the standards, it's my professional opinion that you would have had a development, and frankly, your staff reviewed this, a development that was free of flooding. Now, as a result of those couple issues, or maybe 3 issues, now they have to deal with this additional waters because the road overtops and there's no channel to convey the flow. And as a result, there's an impact, and I think Ms. Scott's point is it's greater than what is being represented to you by staff.
From the bottom of your map
Yes?
up to the top of your map, that dark line, okay, that is all above grade. That is all above grade. Thank you.
Excuse me. It is, that is true. Your comment is true. The question is, though, is it high enough to avoid this area flooding? And the answer to that question is no. And this is why. This is the demonstration.
So you're suggesting we build it even more above grade
I'm suggesting
than we already are.
Actually, Mr. Gardner, I would suggest you build the flood control channel and you take care of the mitigating.
But our
measures.
requirements by the Park Development Agreement, Mr. Anderson, are that we build 2 lanes of Muller by December 31st of this year, okay? And that's what we're committed to do in our development agreement. The flood channel is not part of any time frame whatsoever in this Park Development Agreement. Thank you.
I just want to ask a couple follow-up questions. First of all, where Commissioner Gardner is saying it is built above grade, it's the water will flow over the road. That was an issue that we've discussed before.
Yes.
If it had been built higher, we're not flooded over the road, and it would have been diverted to where you're saying.
Yes, in part, it would have been diverted.
All right. So if it was built the way it's being built on the north side, it would not be going through the homes you're saying.
Correct.
But I have a question on your part, though. So the area in the specific plan the park submitted and you showed, is it the one down there?
Yes, sir.
He wasn't going to build on that area where
That's correct.
where it's at. Is he building on that area now?
No.
So that area is still vacant, but no water's in there.
Correct.
So he didn't get any benefit by diverting it to the north side of the Mola Parkway.
I'm sorry, he didn't? Or Douglas County didn't? I'm sorry.
I was under the impression, talking to staff, and maybe I misunderstood, but that there was going to be flooding in his development area, that he was building homes or commercial in the original plan. But you're saying and I know there's a little bit, but you're saying that there isn't much, and he's not building in the area that now you diverted the water from.
So, again, let me show you this exhibit. This exhibit was prepared after the development agreement, after you adopted an ordinance, after the additional 100-foot was acquired, 100-foot width. We prepared a plan. It was submitted to Douglas County for review as part of the Buckeye Farms specific plan. It specifically included a floodplain analysis. It had to be dealt with. That is what is shown here in gray. We anticipated that there would be flooding and it would be limited to these open space areas. That is why in this area here, up on the south end of the north extents of Muller Parkway, there was flooding there. That is why this area adjacent to Minden Elementary School and Hayborn Meadows was shown to be separated. We anticipated there would be flooding there. What we didn't anticipate is that the channel wouldn't be built and there wouldn't be upstream storage, and as a result, and the level of the road, Mr. Gardner, that you referred to, wouldn't be elevated enough to accomplish the same effect, which would have kept this area from being impacted by a depth of flooding that otherwise wasn't going to occur.
I think that our questions have been asked and answered, and the county may want to come back and have further explanation regarding the discrepancy between their hydrologist and what the county's hydrologist may have to say. Commissioner Tolbert.
And so mine's on a different thing. I drove this whole thing end to end, and yes, I split the cones and drove it. So if I'm in trouble, then I'm just going to have to own up to that. But I drove it end to end and back again. That sounds like a book, but there are sections of Muller Parkway that have been done where there's a hybrid model where there is curb and gutter on one side where the development is, and it's right at the end of the section you mentioned where it passes the ditch. And on the other side, it's a rural standard on the other side. Some of it doesn't have ditch drainage, some of it does. And it appeared, although I'm no soils guy, that it also wasn't, it was built similarly what that piece of Muller is. So that is one piece that I will say that kind of contradicts a little bit of that there was allowance and that was not built by the county. That was allowed by and the adjacent property owner. I can't pull it up fast enough, but right behind Walmart. So right where Walmart is and it's developed, it's got a curb and gutter on one side and it's only 2 lanes because it connects down. But then on the other side, there is no curb and gutter because that development hasn't gone in yet. And I imagine there's an agreement to put that in the future. So there is a precedent, just to be fair, that there is a precedent for building a road part of Muller without curb and gutter. I just wanted to be fair to that. I don't know if it hinders or your argument about the standard, but there is precedent of some moving and shaking of this road to be able to get it completed, however you want to phrase that.
Do you have more presentation?
I'm done, but I'll yield back to Ms.
Thank you. I was talking about the fair market value when I believe a question arose from Commissioner Gardner. And I was stating that based on the county's own standards, the amount in this appraisal is much lower. Back in January, the appraisal showed for the adverse impact, meaning the drainage easements, $62,000 an acre is what was being offered for the 1.24 acres. Now we've increased the drainage easements from 1.24 acres to 6.77 acres. And yet this appraisal now, instead of being $62,000 like before, now it's only $15,000 per acre. Based on the county's January appraisal and the numbers there, this appraisal should have been for $950,000. So the current estimate is too low.
Did you make that offer?
As I've stated before, we believe that the takings representing just the 1 foot increase is far too low compared to the impact and how Park is going to have to deal with all of the water that has come through. The 6th question I would urge this court to ask, urge this board to ask, are these plans and construction consistent with what the county told the public? I've already alluded to what the county represented to the public. It stated that the extra right-of-way was for the drainage channel. The purpose for expanding the right-of-way was for the drainage to include the flood channel. The flood channel would be built, quote, in tandem with Muller Parkway, and it would remove Minden and Gardnerville from the floodplain. The seventh question I would urge this board to ask is, are these plans and construction consistent with our 2019 ordinance and our obligations under the development agreement? The ordinance at the very top says key elements, and one of them is drainage, and there is no drainage being done here. In the proposed resolution, staff says, the development agreement also requires the parties to negotiate in good faith for the purchase of additional right-of-way if necessitated by the design of Mueller Parkway. Nothing in the development agreement requires Park Ranch to automatically negotiate to sell more land for bad design, especially one that will cause increased flooding and harm Park's property. On page 13 of the written public comment, and was also presented in the PowerPoint presentation today, there was a section of the development agreement 5.1 regarding, quote, external requirements. I'd ask this board to read that provision for itself. The plain language does not say for design, and the plain language does not say it is for anything but the federal funding requirements. Indeed, the word is external requirements. We heard Mr. Hames mention today external requirements to be the width of the road, which was the county's decision, power poles, the floodplain, none of these are external. So the ordinance is all, they're trying to, while the ordinance and the development agreement require, while the development agreement says for federal funding requirements, the parties must negotiate in good faith. The staff representation of what the development agreement says here for Park Ranch to negotiate is misleading, given that these were all staff's decisions. The county's use of this provision to suggest, as they have done this time and the previous time, to suggest that Park Ranch violated the development agreement is just wrong. In the proposed resolution, staff says that declining to sell any additional right-of-way or easements to the county, even when such easements were already authorized by the development agreement. Again, there is no provision in the development agreement. And I would also note that this is an issue in litigation currently pending. So staff is asking you to circumvent what is an active litigation matter. Regarding the section of either
Clarify that. I don't understand what you're saying.
in the underlying matter, first Ashland Park brought a lawsuit against Douglas County, and then Park Ranch had to intervene. There's a declaratory relief section where we're asking the court to say, hey, is drainage supposed to be included as part of the development agreement? Is the county allowed to encroach the way that they're trying to encroach? This is a pending matter, and instead of letting the court decide those issues, and to be fair, the county moved for summary judgment on some of these issues, and it lost. The court said there's issues of fact here. We have to go to trial to determine these or go further on. But either way, we're now usurping this process by having an eminent domain action, which is taking away Park Ranch's claims. Returning to the section regarding temporary construction.
So we're an hour into your presentation, and I know we asked some questions, but could you wrap it up pretty soon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Regarding the section for access to surveys, we would ask this, the county's overstating what this section says. It does not give the county blanket authority to take more land for any purpose. We ask the board to look to section 5.7. Those are things just for site inspection or conducting surveys. There's nothing on there that says they have an easement to go in and do whatever they want and permanently take and encroach. We would note that there is a typo in the proposed resolution because it also mentions purchasing temporary construction easements. That is, again, a staff error. There are no temporary construction easements here. The eighth question I can skip over because I was going to say, are these plans in construction consistent with the county's own standards? Mr. Anderson already alluded to that there's no curb and gutter, but I would also point to our materials in the written public comment. One provision says that you cannot, drainage problems shall not be diverted to another landowner, and that's exactly what's happening here. The ninth question, does failing to abide by this county's contractual obligations and own ordinance set a bad precedent? there's an attempt here to use official powers to evade obligations and to ignore staff's errors, trying to make the board complicit in its failures to properly plan Mueller Parkway and the required drainage infrastructure. And the 10th and critical question, has the county already exceeded its authority? You heard staff's presentation regarding the status of Mueller Parkway. To be clear, there is no legal authority for staff to have designed a road that encroached, built a road that now encroaches. There is no eminent domain proceeding that this board has authorized that allows that. There is no court order that allows that. So will the board be complicit with these actions, allowing the staff to continue to proceed without this board's authority? We're here today because of staff's errors in April, and it was caught by the court. Staff blames Park Ranch. The resolution today blames Park Ranch. This is not Park Ranch's fault. Park Ranch had nothing to do with these errors. We understand staff is saying it will cost millions to fix, but if you vote yes to take land by force, it will be the court that decides how much millions the county will owe to put Park Ranch back in the same position before the taking. We'd urge you to ask questions. We urge you to press pause so we can come to the table and figure out a design that is not harmful. I understand the parties have been discussing possible terms. We would ask you to at least vote no, or at least urge you to continue this matter, to continue these negotiations, but also to ask these important questions.
Will the court allow that, what you're asking us to do? Didn't they ask us to come back with them on November 30th with an actual description of the land and how much?
The county has until November 30th to amend its eminent domain complaint. That was the requirement, and that's probably why it's on this agenda here. So if I understand your question, you're asking, will the court allow?
You're asking us to postpone this. And I'm saying if we postpone this, aren't we going to be in violation of what the court's requiring us to do?
The court, so to be clear, there is a stipulation in effect, as Mr. Hames represented, that we would allow the county to amend and get the legal property descriptions right, especially after the court's comments saying that this area needed to be greatly expanded. I can't speak right off the bat, but I can say that I would anticipate we would stipulate again to if there's going to be an ongoing negotiation discussion. But we're not in front of the court right now.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Scott? Commissioner Rice, are you still with us? Do you have any questions?
Yes, I am. Actually, most of my questions have already been asked and answered. I will hold my comments until after the final presentation.
Very good. Thank you. So glad you're with us. All right. Thank you, Ms. Scott.
Thank you for your time.
David Park, it looks like you would like to say something.
Good afternoon, David Park with Park Ranch. I want to address a couple of issues that were brought up here today. First of all, it was indicated by A.J. Hames, I believe, that portions of the right-of-way are less than 205 feet. Actually, that's not accurate. 205 feet is there. What happened is it overlaps the Virginia ditch easement. I didn't serve.
Didn't you guys know that, the county and you, when this agreement was entered into?
I did not know that, so let me go further. As part of the ordinance in 1556A that the board approved in 2019, in the staff report, it goes on to say, realignment of the Mueller Parkway center line has been reviewed and accepted by both Public Works engineering staff and outside technical consultants, Far West Engineering Incorporated. At not one time did they ever come to me and ask me to check the center line or the right-of-way and where it was placed. Secondly, I want to address, Madam Chair, your question about was there an offer or whatever. So on two separate occasions, we participated in a mediation with Douglas County. My recollection is at every mediation, Park was willing to participate and come to some kind of resolution, and we put something on the table. The county didn't do a thing. They just sat there with their hands folded. They didn't do a thing. At one point, Jennifer Davidson actually approached me to buy the 277 acres, which is this area in purple right here. And she actually caught me off guard at the time, and I couldn't give her an answer right then and there. And after several weeks of thinking about it, I went back to Jennifer. I can't remember if I talked to her verbally or an email, but in any event, I said, yes, I'm willing to sell the 277 acres. She says, well, how much? I said, $13 million. Well, how'd you come up with $13 million? Well, 19-acre parcels are going for about $40,000 an acre. Do the math. Lastly, you pointed out why I didn't have a counter for the $950,000. Actually, it was originally, I think, it's not 950, it's 650. It was originally 186. It was worthless for me to respond to an offer like that. On a $13 million piece of property, why would I even respond? So
I guess I'll add, because it's a 100-year flood easement, so there's a 1% chance every single year that it would ever be used. And so in the meantime, you use it just as you always use it. So that's the answer. So, and this 650 is a fair market value offer. So why didn't you ever make a counter offer on that?
So when there's damages to the property, there's damages to the property. And it's not the same as it was before, no matter if it's a 100 event or a 25-year event. The chances are still there. If I was to go try to sell those 19-acre parcels, couldn't do it knowing that there's a floodplain there now. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Park, Mr. Park, I have a question for you.
There are.
Mr. Park, could you please approach
would you like
the
to answer
microphone
any
again?
questions?
Because I have a question for you. Thank you.
Okay.
You indicated that you had involved yourself in a couple of settlement negotiations with us.
Correct.
Okay. And I recall that I was a part of one of those on April 1st of 2024. And after 8 hours sitting in a room, making our offer to not only yourself, but Mr. Carter also, that's involved with the Ashland Park section, you returned to the room, and did you not suggest that you would settle this for the price of $15 million and approval to open the gravel pit in East Valley? That's what I recall. Are you disputing that?
I remember taking the floodwaters on portions of our ranch in exchange for compensation for monetary value and, yes, the upstream detention.
The number that you illustrated to us was $15 million and a gravel pit in East Valley.
Well, we're talking about 277 acres that's worth $13 million.
I'm asking you the question. Is that what your offer was?
I can't recall exactly.
Well, I do. Thank you. I think that we've addressed both of those, and that's why when that offer came to us after 8 hours of sitting in a room in Carson City, and I know Commissioner Hales was part of that. I know that Mr. Hames was a part of that. Our answer to you in that process was, first of all, the residents in this county have been very vocal regarding an East Valley gravel pit. And of course, the $15 million was out of the question. So,
yeah, so
we did get up and have to leave the negotiations
Did I get a counter on that
time.
day? No, you guys just walked out the door.
Yes, we did, because this county can't afford $15 million, and we're not open to opening a gravel pit in East Valley. Thank you.
All right. At this point, we will invite the county to provide any further information it would like to provide. Does the board want a short break? All right. We will break. Let's break until 2:05. All right, we have 1 more minute, so if you could head towards your seats. All right. At this point in time, you all have been so patient, and we invite you to share your thoughts with us. I'm opening public comment. After public comment, we will give staff an opportunity to answer any other questions that have arisen.
My name is Dr. DeVere Henderson. I live in East Valley. I was on the Planning Commission in 2017, 2018, when this issue was first surfaced. The Planning Commission voted against the transfer of the development rights from Topaz up here because it was transferring the development rights from one watershed to another, which was not strictly legal at the time. I also opposed it because of it not comporting with the master plan and changing the rules for what we do with ranch land. But the issue here today is whether or not the point on the table is whether or not we're going to grant an eminent domain award. Sitting here and listening to the presentation by the Park LLC and especially the commentary by their engineer, I doubt the applicability of the models that he used. There were models that were used about rainwater when I was on the Planning Commission that had not been validated or certified. But we set that aside. I want to congratulate the staff here for doing an outstanding job. And what they did was they presented 5 criteria on whether or not this eminent domain should be granted. And they've shown that this is good it's good for the common good, the greater good of the people. It respects property. It respects even the potential buyers of the 2,500 homes that the Park LLC proposes to build. Fair compensation, $635,000 for 4 acres. That sounds like a pretty elevated number to me, but if that's what it was arrived at. In terms of injury, there's no injury here whatsoever. In fact, what we're doing here with this eminent domain is to, as you pointed out, Commissioner, elevating the road so that it will be safe for everybody in the county as well as the people that buy the property. So I would urge to grant this motion, this recommendation for eminent domain, because it's good for the greatest good for the people here in the county. It's a fair thing for Park to help him develop his 2,500 homes over 20 years, developing a parkway that's 4 lanes wide that everybody can use. It's fair compensation, and there's no injury involved in this whatsoever. And Madam Chairman, you did an outstanding job of saying the point here is this sliver of land. That's what's at issue here, not all the other issues that have been brought out here on the table today about whether we change happy to glad or change the curvature, radius or curvature of the road, or what the drainage is. It's what is proper and right and fair for this sliver of land of, what is it, 3.7 acres, 7 acres roughly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Welcome, Ms. Moss.
I'm going to pass the sign-in sheet to Wendy so she can gather signatures. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today I'm speaking as a former Community Development Director and Floodplain Administrator for Douglas County. It's good to see staff bringing back this item to correct the prior errors. However, what staff has not provided to the public and the board is the required mitigation for redirecting the flood flows from Buckeye Creek to the north. That's 4,000 to 5,000 CFS for Buckeye Creek flows, impacting parkland well beyond the identified adverse impact area. With the construction of Muller Parkway through the 100-year floodplain, Parks land and that of Mr. Pegram and Mr. Bentley will now be inundated in a 100-year event, as referenced by the map. The floodwaters will rise from 0 to 11 inches in some areas, extending westward toward US 395. It is clear to me that staff has minimized and in many cases knowingly disregarded the significance of the unmitigated impacts when they first came to the board back in April, and that David Park was right about the impacts to the floodplain not being considered by the county. If you remember, Mr. Park told this board that Ms. Davidson approached Mr. Park about purchasing the 277 acres of ag land north of the new Muller Parkway. Why did she do that? And why is county staff meeting with Mr. Bentley to work toward an agreement where they are willing to accept flood flows from Buckeye Creek? I believe the simple answer is that staff knows that the construction of the roadway would divert floodwater and impact park and other ranch land to the west on a larger scale, as referenced by the map. I must ask, why isn't the 277 acres made part of this eminent domain request? Your staff has presented the eminent domain process as if it is mitigation for flood control. It is not mitigation. There is no infrastructure plan for detaining or retaining flood flows in this adverse impact area. There are no roadside ditches to capture runoff from the road or conveyance channels to capture the 100-year flows and keep floodwaters away from adjacent properties as required by the adopted design manual. When you develop a property, which is you're the developer, that runoff from the improvement must not increase storm flows onto adjacent land. Your staff and even the appraiser states that flood and stormwater runoff onto adjacent pasture land is acceptable because those areas are identified in the adopted specific plan. That thinking is unacceptable and just plain wrong. You, the county, are developing and constructing Muller Parkway. You, the county, are required to follow your adopted codes and design manual. You, the county, have created the impacts to the floodplain and are therefore responsible for mitigating all impacts from this construction. That is the law. You, the county, must be held accountable for your actions. Please follow your laws and take no action on this request. That's the end of my presentation, but I did have a definition from FEMA on adverse impact, if that's helpful to the board. The question was raised earlier, but I've run out of time.
I think we'll ask our staff about that.
Okay, they weren't able to answer that previously, so I was going to offer it for you. Thank you.
Hi. My name is, can you hear me? I can't hear. Yeah, okay. My name is Karen Joyner, and I am a resident. I've been a resident here for 15 years. FEMA defines adverse impact in a project as any action that could increase flood damage or other properties or communities. Okay, so that's the FEMA definition. I just want to say that this is my first board meeting that I've attended, and I am a little disheartened by what has happened here. So I don't want to get into the issue of parks, not parks, whatever. I think that it is unfair for Mr. Parks' land, and the community to bear the inefficiency of this board or whoever is responsible for the planning. The planning is not well done or correct. The implementation of it is not well done. The accepting responsibility for your actions is non-existent. You blame Park for what the county did, and I think that's wrong. I think it's immoral, and it makes me not ever want to come to another meeting again, just because I feel I'll have no impact. Okay? So thank you.
My name is Nancy Burns, and just like this lady said, after witnessing today's hearing, it makes me never want to attend another hearing. Madam Chair, I believe your behavior was distinctly disruptive, rude, condescending, and inappropriate. Your habitual interruptions were clearly not appropriate. And if your behavior is that disrespectful to your colleague to your right, I can't imagine what it is to everyone else. Please, after today's hearing, remember what you've heard here today before the government comes to seize your property. And also, when you next vote for county commissioners, you need to remember what you've heard and witnessed here today clearly. Vote no against eminent domain. I don't support this item, and neither should any of you.
Good afternoon. My name is Raymond Vieira. I'm a retired farmer and friend of the Park Ranch. Consent was mentioned earlier, as was shortage of good hydrolysis that this commission couldn't find. This meeting brings up a couple of conflicts. This plan was intentionally planning on the need to acquire property outside the original plan, thus justifying Mr. Park's worst fears that the original agreement was deceitful and beyond Mr. Park's consent, criminal negligence. Second, not having accurate studies with true history with water flow exacerbates the problem, needing to acquire additional property in the future. Madam Chairman has demonstrated this intention already this afternoon. This must also be the long-term plan. The drains weren't placed, as the landowners know, as a minimum. Fish and wildlife may be in the plan's future. I believe they can take property without compensation on water that stays underwater. Standing water on farmland raises salts to the surface, making crop growth impossible. Kesterson National Wildlife, anyone knows about that place, was poisoned by poor hydrolysis that thought they could dump the San Joaquin River into Kesterson, thinking it would dump into the lower sections some 50 miles away. The water stood. Selenium salt was concentrated on the surface, causing mutation of birds, their eggs, other wildlife reproduction. The U.S. government was forced to remove the top 6 inches of soil from thousands of acres. This is an extreme example, but properly illustrates the deception work being done to acquire a seemingly small piece of property by eminent domain, knowing full well local farmers will suffer further injury down the road. It appears this commission went to a used car lot and bought a lemon and now stuck doing whatever it takes to keep it running. Remember to budget funds for a safety rail on this elevated road. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Ryan Schiestel from Glenbrook. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I come before you not just as a supporter of the Legacy Park family, but as well as many of you that I voted for, but as also somebody that understands the gravity of the situation we're discussing. Eminent domain is a significant power that is one that should always be wielded with the utmost caution and only used as a last resort. In this case, we're talking about a family that has been part of this community for nearly 2 centuries. They have contributed to the development and well-being of the areas much more than any other current living family. They have cooperated with many projects that were meant to benefit everyone. Yet here we are, facing a situation where eminent domain is being forced, not because all other options have been exhausted, but simply because of missteps that have caused problems Park family did not create. This is not only insulting, but it's a kick in the teeth to them. Eminent domain is not a tool to correct planning mistakes or oversights made by a board or anybody else. It is a tool that should only come into play when there's no other path forward. And here, there is another path forward. A fair and right offer to purchase the property to correct the damages made by your part. That represents a family's long living presence, and you're using it as a legal mechanism to shortcut. You guys have not made an offer, and you certainly didn't accept the one that was put in place. You should do your best to honor the spirit of the community fairness. You were voted in to represent the voice of the community, not to abuse legal options that put you and everyone here in bad light as a community. You are clearly trying to take the path of least resistance, and the community knows it, and it's the wrong one. You'll also find out that this was a poor path that you're taking. Let's encourage a proper negotiation than a forced taking. The Park family rightfully deserves that respect, and our community will be better for it. I, myself, and David Wasik, Supreme Court mediator specializing in real estate, would be obliged to put together a fair market deal to make this go to bed. Purchases for the land are way off on your side by 2,500%, and damages. The offer, which should be $17 million plus. If you choose not to take this offer, it would be evident which decision you have preemptively made. The Park family has already given you guys over 100 acres over the years. Please take that into consideration. Thank you for your time.
My name is Virginia Sterrett, and I wrote some remarks, but I wanted to add to them now because originally when the park agreement was before this commission, I was one of 5 people who fought vigorously for that agreement not to be made because I didn't think that it adequately covered fairness on the county side of the equation. Today, it magnifies that because Mr. Park has benefited or would be benefiting greatly from that agreement with the right to build 2,500 homes. That seems to be lost here in the shuffle somehow. The huge amount, hundreds of millions of possible profit from the sale of those houses, that is also a part of the park agreement from the very beginning. And I want to also commend this board and staff for all of its efforts in making the Mueller Parkway be more than a decades-old promise, but actually making it a reality. That seems to be lost here too. What we really need, and the community became convinced, was Mueller Parkway to be there for us because our traffic was really becoming a huge problem. So we have that side of this overall picture that needs to be considered as well. You'd almost think from some of the presentations today that it should have been abandoned. We shouldn't even be thinking about building Mueller Parkway because there's too many complications having to do with the floodplain to make it work at all. That the floodplain would make it so costly, for instance, the $15 million that Mr. Park is demanding would make Mueller Parkway so costly that the county couldn't even think about building it because it doesn't have that kind of income coming in. We're a small county. We're a rural county. To build that road is a magnificent achievement, and that's getting lost here along the shuffle as well. I think it's really unfortunate that this has happened between Mr. Park and the county. I think Mr. Parks and his family have been extremely generous and important in our community. And I hate to see this come down to this kind of a fight when the best interest of the community has to be that we get Miller Parkway built, and that Mr. Park's family also come out of this feeling that they've been treated fairly. I don't know what the resolution would be, except that I think this eminent domain is a step in the right direction today, because the road has to come first to the county. That is of most importance here right now. And I'm not saying that the residents don't count, but in my experience, once the county is aware of problems with the residents, and these people sitting here that I know, each one of them, I do not believe they're callous and are going to ignore providing some solution to any problem that comes up. Thank you.
My name is Lori McCaskill, and I'm a 40-year resident of Douglas County. Thank you for your time today. Trust and confidence in our elected officials is imperative for the citizenry. I believe this is a slippery slope that the Commission is embarking upon with the implementation of eminent domain and a horrible precedent in this agriculturally based community. It starts with Park Ranch, but where does it end? Henningsen, Gansberg, Stoddard, Scassa, Settlemyre? There are so many more. Park Ranch has been very generous and supportive of this and neighboring valleys for generations. Please don't allow tunnel vision on the Muller Parkway project cloud this fact. The county has entered into several negotiations with Mr. Park and more than once has failed to follow through, causing the need for new negotiations. These new talks have revealed severe issues with the county's implementation of Muller Parkway. When I reached out in April on this topic, I did receive feedback from a couple of commissioners, but I was left with additional concerns. As any businessman should, Mr. Park came to the negotiating table with some requests of his own, one of which was the gravel pit. I became disquieted when one of the commissioners stated to me that there is no reason Mr. Park should be entitled to own and operate a gravel pit in exchange for this small amount of property. Easy enough to say when you plan to initiate eminent domain rather than truly negotiate an outcome. And interesting that since this April response, the amount of property being requested has increased fivefold. In addition to the park negotiations, the county has been in talks with a local developer regarding Muller Parkway. Apparently, this developer has agreed to pay for 4 roads on Muller Parkway in return for his land being removed from the current floodplain and becoming developable. An explanation from another commissioner to me was, without the eminent domain of Mr. Park agreeing to the easement, this developer's land will sit in a floodplain and will not be able to be developed. If he can't develop his property, then his portion of Muller Parkway won't be built. Eminent domain against Park Ranch Holdings should not be implemented nor supported. David Park has been and could continue to be a priceless partner in the future of our valley. Pursuing eminent domain could damage that relationship beyond repair and potentially create a similar fallout as the one experienced with Bentley. Granted, a different catalyst, but a devastating outcome for our community when Chris Bentley divested himself of his local properties. Promises were made and agreements were reached with Park Ranch years ago and should be delivered upon without hard feelings, personal biases, or weight given to agreements made with other developers after the fact. I would ask that you reinstate the trust and confidence your constituents placed in you when electing you to your positions and vacate the idea of eminent domain against Park Ranch. And ironically, the only other time I've spoken before this board was to testify as to why Mr. Henderson should not have been reappointed as a planning commissioner, and he wasn't. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, morning. I'm not quite sure what time it is right now. Morning, probably. Good morning. I'm not going to beat a dead horse and continue to talk about what we've already been going on about. Instead,
Can
I'd
I
like
get
to-
your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dominic Lamons. Instead, I'd like to address Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you are an elected official, elected by the county, and you are entrusted to do your duties and to do it professionally. And today, you've absolutely failed it. You acted like a child when you had a huge tantrum when Mr. Gardner just tried to clarify something. No comments, no questions. You threw a tantrum. You acted-
Wait.
Hey,
Both
this
of
is
you
my
wait.
time.
Both of you wait. We'll pause your time. Don't worry. I get to be criticized. It's okay. And this is not Robert's Rules of Orders. This is a public meeting, and people who are speaking get to criticize commissioners. But thank you, sir. We paused your time. Go ahead, sir.
I believe that you were being childish, and not only just in that regard, but also in the way that you've talked, in your demeanor and your tone today. You've been acting as if your time is somehow more valuable than ours, but it isn't. It's less valuable. It is your job to be here. In this room of the audience, there should only be 3 people whose job it is to be here: 2 attorneys and an engineer. Everyone else in here is here on their own accord. You're here because it's your job. It didn't happen on accident. You ran for it. Stop acting like your time is better than ours. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Maureen Casey, Douglas County Planning Commission. When I was newly appointed to the Planning Commission, this item was coming up before us, the development agreement and the specific plan. I had an orientation with the county, and Marianne Martin, now Marianne Park, and Tom Delaire were there at that meeting. And Marianne stressed the importance of understanding the development agreement. I took her word seriously, and I spent many long hours digesting it. I do believe that the county has acted in good faith with regards to the development agreement, and I took it upon myself to understand the specific plan. Many times it's come before the county, it's been brought up as an example of a good plan. And when it came before the Planning Commission, I don't know if it was last year or earlier this year when the town of Minden reviewed it, I like the plan. It's a beautiful plan, and I think it has a lot of potential as a guide for other type developments. I think that having the Muller Parkway will do a lot for the Buckeye Farms plan, and I think it'll do a lot for the county in general. I am very disappointed that it's been so difficult over the last couple of years to come to some agreement between the county and park, and I don't think it should all be laid at the feet of the county. I think there's a lot of stubbornness, and as a resident of Douglas County, I don't think it needs to be. It's been at least 2 years in the making, and I think that the part of compromise does not need to come all in the park of the county. I think there needs to be a lot more flexibility. I think as a former elected official, eminent domain is not something that's considered lightly, and it's only used as a last resort. And I think in this instance, it's something that the board needs to do. Thank you.
Donna Tanner, for the record. Madam, thank you. Rest of the board, thank you for letting me speak. I live in TRE, and my experience with Dave Park has been one of somebody who is a really, really good neighbor. And he even allowed us to put a well on his property that he didn't really have to do, but he did. And he's been a good partner in keeping our water and our well going when we've been trying to put other ones in. Eminent domain. I'm a never domainer. I really am. It has to be something so severe. And in my opinion, this can be worked out. I know there's a lot of time that has gone by and people are frustrated, but this needs to be worked out because once this door opens, sometimes it's really hard to close. And as a citizen of the United States, I feel like property rights are pretty sacred. And I just feel that we should do something better than taking a man's land and saying, you know what, we're going to take this because we feel like it's good for everybody. If it was any of you guys, if it was one of you and somebody said, you know what, I just think that it's good for you guys, the rest of the community, to take my land. Nobody would like that. Nobody would like where it's come to. So I would urge that there be some kind of working out of this and not a taking. Like the young lady said, it's a taking. And we need to do more working out. I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Nicholas Meyer, for the record. The development agreement between the county and Park Holdings specifies that the county must complete a section of the road from Toller to Buckeye and across the northeast boundary of the park receiving area by December 2025. The county has proceeded in good faith on executing its part of the contract. It's taken $2 million per year since 2019 from its road maintenance fund and placed it in the fund to build Muller Parkway. The county is prepared to complete the construction of Muller Parkway by December 2025. In contrast, David Park has done nearly everything to delay and obstruct this project, including Park told the county that he could build Muller Parkway faster and cheaper than the county. The county accepted his offer and issued him a road building permit in July of 2023. 6 months later, Park informed the county that he cannot build the road, and he refused to surrender the road building permit. Next, Park filed a lawsuit against the county in which he claimed that the county was not building the road to standards outlined in the agreement. The lawsuit continues. This caused a 9-month delay of the project. Park filed for a restraining order to prevent the county from building the road, saying the county's design is flawed and he has the rights of refusal on the design. The judge denied the restraining order. Park has no rights of refusal. It's been one thing after another where David Park has sought to delay, obstruct, and has failed to perform in good faith on the agreement, which has led us to this point, where the county is being forced to use eminent domain to secure small slivers of land to complete Muller Parkway. And when I say small slivers, I mean small slivers of land. A total of 3.54 acres of agricultural land that will run in a sliver along the road from Toller to Buckeye. So in the future, the county has land to build out Mother Lane to 4 lanes. The county needs a total of 6.77 acres for non-exclusive drainage easements for flood control, of which Mr. Park will maintain control. The county is not using eminent domain to take this land and not pay for it. No, the county is proposing to pay Mr. Park handsomely for these 10 acres of agricultural land. I wish Mr. Park was dealing in good faith, but he is not. I'm asking the board to pass the motion of eminent domain so the county can complete Muller Parkway on time. Thank you.
Jim Slade. When Muller Parkway was first considered more than 20 years ago, the county tried to sell it as a bypass, even though trucks would be prohibited. I insisted back then and still maintain now that Muller Parkway is principally built for unwanted extensive residential development, and it would make traffic demonstrably worse, which it will. I've often said that the worst board decision this century was to allow the legally dubious transfer of receiving area, Topaz area, to the heart of Carson Valley in 2019, which is what allows 2,500 homes to be built here on Park Ranch land. The approval was made 3-2 by former Commissioners Barry Penzel and Larry Walsh and by current Commissioner Wes Rice, despite public sentiment running 50-1 against it. Why they approved it is beyond me. The way this issue has been and is transpiring makes me convinced that the 2019 decision was the worst board decision of all time. That approval created a windfall profit to Park Ranch that will likely be worth well over $100 million, as Ms. Sterrett mentioned. Yet Park has continued to throw roadblocks, pun intended, and lawsuits against the county ever since. Park Ranch seems to just want to get everything their way. They still are lobbying to get a gravel pit in East Valley, even though it was denied years ago for a number of valid reasons by the board. With the issue before you today, it seems like if the county builds the road above grade, Park will sue. If you were to build it at grade, Park would sue as well. It doesn't seem that Park Ranch is negotiating in good faith as is required, and their demands appear to be unreasonable and irrational, and do not address what is in the best interests of the county as a whole. Eminent domain clearly should be and is used sparingly by Douglas County, only when necessary, which is what the county has determined is the case now for the greater good of all of our residents.
So I support the county position and urge your approval.
Good afternoon, Erin Grady. Good afternoon. I just want to appeal to you as stewards of the land of this county. I feel that claiming eminent domain on any food producing land in America is not in the best interest of anyone in the entire world right now in this political climate. When I first came back to Nevada from overseas, I landed here and spent an extensive amount of time with an agent from BlackRock. They live on East Valley Road. We should be increasing the effectiveness of our irrigation and our food sourcing, not interfering with it, which is a BlackRock agenda. We should be improving the health of the land and livestock grazing versus interfering with private farms and grazing livestock. As stewards of the county, you should be improving the land that serves the human need, not damaging the land that serves to feed our people. I'm also Irish heritage, by the way. So there's that. BlackRock Investments is present here in the county and behind all of this, behind the curtain, behind the investment that's driving all of this, behind the development. And I just want to appeal to you to please, board, be stewards of the land. Please. Do it for the people across the whole globe. Do not let them have this spearhead. Taking an inch, even though they just call it a sliver, it's the tip of the spear. Please be good stewards of our land. That's it. Thank you.
County Manager Davidson. Mr. Jackson, can you hold just 1 second?
Ms. Grady, I just wanted to personally apologize to you for our interaction in the hall. She was trying to express some comments to me when I was trying to pay attention to the presentation by Mr. Park, and I apologize for walking away from you. If you would like to visit with me further after this meeting, I will make time for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson.
Been an interesting meeting so far. Normally, I am not in favor of eminent domain. I think it should be used as a last resort, but I think this is a last resort. From everything I've heard, we have one party that is hell-bent on not cooperating and will end up blackmailing you to get his gravel pit. I can tell you a little bit about a gravel pit called Painted Rock. We don't need another one. It has created all kinds of problems. My feeling is that you should approve this and move forward with it. Everything I've heard is that the county may have made some mistakes. People do. But I think the obstruction has come more from the park side than it has from the county side. Like the one gentleman mentioned, every chance he got, he threw roadblocks in the way. What was the end objective of doing that? He got his property transferred up here so he could build his 2,500 homes and everything. What more does he want? He wants the gravel pit. Don't give it to him. We don't need it. Pass this ordinance and let's move on with Mueller Parkway. Thank you.
Jason Gibson, 40-year Douglas County steward with family cultural ties 45 years. We have labored honestly and with goodwill to inform the board that the organizational principle of our municipal, state, and federal governments is not only unsustainable, that it's a deficit model, but it's also unlawful. We can see here again today the incredible amount of details, which is always a humbling experience in trying to formulate the most holistic view or equitable scenario for the future of our county, for our quality of life, for our safety, for our future, for our kids. And we have seen time and time again how the bottleneck in our decision making is essentially an organizational principle that absolutely overwhelms our city-elect and those who are responsible in the county development, which requires a decentralization of thinking and talent. We're supposed to have 22 norms and procedure councils and commission and small group meetings to help the board with formulating policy. And that's articulated on our website, but it doesn't exist. And we saw that in the maladministration of the so-called Justice Center. And now the county is way overextended beyond its means. And we deplore you to tap the talent and stop using people as volunteers and actually decentralize and give incentive for the collective genius of your community.
Excuse
Some very
me,
practical.
Mr. Gibson. Mr. Anderson, could you wait just one moment? We're almost done with the... I want to make sure that I didn't cut you off. I want to make sure there's nothing else you want to offer. Okay, continue.
Thank you. I'd like to bring a practical example of how we can start thinking. All of our design concepts and processes according to a flat, plain television screen. Now, we've suggested in over half a dozen proposals and grant opportunities to expand the view of the county commissioners and provide real-time aerial views that complement the flat plane view so that you can actually see what's going on the land. There's no reason why we can't have a real-time drone aerial footage that complements the presentation so we can actually see where we're at, as opposed to being wrapped up in so much data and detail that we don't really connect with the ecology, with the topography, and with the dynamics of what's going on the ground. I'd like another 20 seconds, thank you, because you interrupted me, and I know you're fond of stealing my time. Thank you very much. So again, we are...
So Commissioner Gardner did stop the clock when I interrupted you, and my apologies for interrupting you. You want to just one more sentence to wrap up?
Yeah, thank you. So we're talking about our whole systems and whether or not we are going to continue maladministrating the resources of our county, and whether or not the county is going to decentralize its organizational principle. Each commissioner should have an intern or a support staff that helps them in formulating policy. And if it's not going to be the norms and procedures...
We would love to have a little help.
You're the richest county per capita in the state. What's holding you up?
Thank you for your comments, sir. Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, yes.
Mary Ann Park, feel free to call me Beth Dutton. This is a travesty, an absolute travesty. You have maxed out your borrowing capacity to build the Taj Mahal of courthouses when this is one of the safest counties in the country. Then you went out and bought a movie theater. I kid you not, a movie theater. Now you're telling residents that you don't care about keeping a dry lane on Muller Parkway, which is the only bypass around 395. Not only do you not care about the safety of the residents, you don't even care about your own first responders. It is an absolute travesty. There is no other word for that. So if you can poor mouth and say that you can't afford to give a fair offer, think about what you've been spending money on. Think long and hard about the fact that you've maxed out your bonding capacity for a courthouse that we do not need. The Debt Commission recommended no. They told you, do not max out your bonding capacity. You did it anyway. Why? Because you thought that all of your cases were going to come before Judge Young, and you really wanted to score a win with him. And you wanted to kiss some butt for the district attorney, Mark Jackson. Guess what? All of the people in this room are the people who elected you. Commissioner Tolbert, you might think that Commissioner Hales is the one who got you elected. That is wrong. The people in this room and the people who reside in Douglas County are the ones who got you elected, and we can unelect you. Charla Hales is up for re-election in November. I don't think you're going to get your seat. You want to know how? Ask your disgraced former colleague, Dave Nelson, how it worked out for him when he did exactly what you're doing right now. Think back to every time a tyrant has said, give me your land, give me your weapons, give me your wealth. It hasn't worked out for them because men of courage have stood up and said, Molan Labe, come and take it.
Ron Conway, Johnson Lane. Hi, you having fun today? What a day. The gravel pit, you all know where I stand on that. Do we need 3 or 4 or 5 in this county? Good Lord. I'm going to just offer, because I'm not on either side. I don't believe in taking people's land, but I don't believe we need 25 more hundred homes. I'm going to offer a little piece of advice, something you all need to think about. When that gets built out, and there's 2,500 homes on there, and you have 2 maps that show 2 different flooding plans, did the county lose a lawsuit in 14 and 15 over flooding that they should have known about? What's going to happen in 30 years when one of those properties get flooded? I suggest you make sure that which one of these is going to happen. In 30 years, it's your job to protect this county. In 30 years or 40 years or 50 years, when one of these floods happen, where's that water going to go and who's going to get flooded and who's going to sue the county because you should have known? Here it is. It's all mapped out for the lawsuit. Make sure you know where that water is going to go before you do much, because it seems like there's been a lot of errors, mistakes on both sides. Park's not going to get sued. He's just going to build the houses. The county's the one that's going to get sued. That's my only piece of advice. Make sure which one of these models that you trust, because I don't trust either one.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment, and I will note that I heard loud and clear that some of you feel I was childish, disrespectful, interrupting, and that I felt my time was more important than yours. I certainly did not intend that, and I apologize. And let me rectify as much as I can. Mr. Anderson, did you want to say anything else? Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Ms. Scott, did you want to add anything? No, sir. Sorry, sir. I was looking at Ms. Scott. Was there anything you didn't get to say that you would like to say? Thank you. It is hard to run a meeting and try and balance moving forward in a reasonable amount of time and also making sure everything is heard. But I do apologize to those who felt I was disrespectful. All right. Does the county have anything they want to clarify or add? And then we'll have discussion and a vote, I think, fairly quickly.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I will be brief with my comments and then I'll likely turn it over to Deputy District Attorney AJ Hames for any follow-up he wishes to add. Park Ranch and their team are playing three-dimensional chess. They have stated today on the public record that building Ashland at grade results in a taking of their land. They have stated on the public record today that building Muller above grade, north of Buckeye, results in a taking of their land. The alternative is to raise Muller up at Ashland, route water onto Park Ranch land, which results in a taking of their land. The alternative in the north is to build Muller Parkway at grade, and we've already heard that building Muller Parkway at grade would result in a taking of their land. The only way the county can avoid impacting Park with even a glass of water is to build $68 million worth of flood infrastructure along the Buckeye and Pine Nut washes. They know that. They are using that as leverage. I would argue that the county has put forward a compelling case that eminent domain is appropriate in this proceeding. I heard today the comments regarding a fair offer. And I would like to proceed with conversations with the park team on what is fair. And I think ultimately it will be a policy decision of the county commission as what is appropriate and what we can afford to do. Thank you.
AJ Hames for the record. I'll just address some of the points that were brought up during the presentation. I'll be brief, and then if there's questions, I'd be happy to answer those as well. I do want to emphasize what Ms. Davidson had said. This has been a difficult project for the county to undertake because no matter what course of action we try to take, we've run into roadblocks. If you reference the map that Mr. Anderson brought forward to you, he was explaining on the bottom there, you see some water depicted in a bluish, purplish color. He indicated that that's coming from the Pine Nut Wash, which, to be clear, is not at all impacted by your decision today regarding eminent domain. But what's interesting is that Mr. Anderson also designed a piece of Muller Parkway for that section of road that was elevated above grade, and then had culverts on the northern end that pushed water onto Park Ranch property. Now, the reason that became unfeasible, one, there was a dispute over the culvert price, but putting that aside, the major impediment to that project was that Mr. Park and the Park Ranch Holdings LLC would not accept any additional water on their property. So even Mr. Anderson's design wouldn't actually be feasible in this scenario. Nothing has been feasible for the county. If we try to build it above grade, we run into roadblocks. We try to build it below or at grade, we've run into roadblocks. And so there is not a magic wand that you can wave that will just remove water from Douglas County. There's a $67 million wand that you could wave, but that isn't something that the county can do at this time. So one option would be to just wait and not build the road. But of course, we don't have that option because in 2019, we entered into a contract that required us to build the road. And the person who is enforcing that contract against us is Park Ranch. So it's sort of ironic that we're in this situation at all. We are just trying to comply with the contract that we entered into by building the 2 lanes of road that contract requires. Another somewhat ironic argument during today's hearings was dealing with the scope of our eminent domain complaint and your resolution. On the one hand, we heard from a number of residents who believe that any amount of eminent domain is improper, it shouldn't be done. But then we actually heard from representatives from Park Ranch Holdings that what we're doing is not enough. So again, we're placed in an impossible situation where we're trying to comply with the contract that we entered into, but no matter what course of action we choose, there is opposition. This particular scenario that's being presented to you is based on reason, it's based on law. As I stated before, Nevada uses a reasonable use rule. You can make reasonable use of your property. What's reasonable in this situation, where we entered into a development agreement that required us to build a road? Is it now unreasonable to try to build that road? Yes, building the road will impact Park Ranch property, but that's a reasonable impact. It was expected and accounted for in the design of the Buckeye Farm specific plan, and it was talked about even in the development agreement. Now, we acknowledge that we are impacting the land more than we would like to, which is why we've included areas for drainage easements in our resolution. The last topic I want to talk about is compensation. I know there was some comment today about what's fair, what isn't fair. This board is not authorizing a specific number of compensation. This board has already authorized eminent domain. What we're asking for the board to do today is simply allow us to amend our complaint consistent with the comments and notes provided by the court, to provide meets and bounds descriptions, and to expand it to include areas that the court felt were necessary and that Park Ranch felt were necessary. So with that in mind, I would just, again, direct you to the motion and encourage you to support the resolution that's been presented.
Are there any questions from the board? Commissioner Tarkanian.
So I'm trying to wrap my head around all this stuff in here and try to get a better understanding. I've heard some different things across the board. So let me just try to get a better understanding, at least from your side. Did the judge require the county to increase the acreage of eminent domain? Because you stated that they didn't. They asked us to consider it, but the attorney for Park is saying they requested it.
Thank you. It's a good question. There hasn't been an order from the judge. We're still awaiting an order. He pronounced a lot of things orally, so it's sort of hard to interpret. But
it's from those meetings?
Well, there's minutes, but there were a lot of topics being discussed, and it's not like your resolution where it's hereby ordered as follows. That would make the minutes a lot easier to read. There were competing claims. We had asked for the dismissal of Park Ranch's claims, and the court said that he would not dismiss their claims because our eminent domain action did not encompass their claims, basically.
If the board decided not to go along with this resolution, what would the judge do? Is the case still moving forward, or is the case going to possibly be thrown out?
That's a good question as well. I don't know the answer. He did also, in addition to the conflict between our claims and Park Ranch's, he did note that he believed our descriptions were not sufficiently clear. So my concern would be that absent a clarification, which we've provided with the meets and bounds descriptions, that the court would not, he could criticize that.
So everybody is here talking about eminent domain, but you have told me, and I think you've made it public, that this is not an issue on eminent domain. This is an issue on us increasing the acreage of what we've already approved in eminent domain. And if it's not an issue on eminent domain, then it would go back to the judge to determine how much acreage is actually being affected and the amount that they should be compensated for, which really means our decision is moot if the judge is going to make that. If the judge is going to throw the case out, then there's something different. So I'm trying to get an understanding, that's why.
I think that the resolution was encouraged by the court. It was requested by Park Ranch, and it is something that we want to do too because it helps clarify the parties' legal opinions. I don't know what the judge would do if we cannot, but I would be worried about our position.
All right, okay, so then, isn't part of eminent domain a requirement that the county take as little land as, only the land that is absolutely necessary?
It's actually a bit of a misstatement. There has to be a admissible or permissible use for eminent domain, and there's a statute that defines what you can use eminent domain for, and it has to be reasonably necessary for that use. But roads and drainage.
No, you're missing the point. That's not what I'm getting at.
Oh, okay.
90% of my question today talked about, is there a way for the county to get less requirement of land that they're taking? Because it's my understanding that eminent domain should only be used, if not legally, certainly ethically by the government, and certainly by everybody in this room who would agree to this, should only be used if it's absolutely necessary to accomplish an important government purpose.
I agree that is the general policy behind it, yes.
Okay. Well, so see, this is where so then the next thing I get to, and I know that this, first of all, I have no idea why David Park would not want to sell a sliver of that property, okay? What's he going to use it for? What value is it to him? But that isn't for us as a board to say. Us for a board to be saying, why is the county at this point? And I've asked a lot of questions, and I haven't got a good answer of why we couldn't have built the road where we had enough room on the west side to do what we needed to do. And I understand you said that a drainage ditch may be necessary later, but then you said it may not be as big as we thought. But let's just say that there isn't enough room there later on to do a drainage ditch if we needed it. Can't you then go and do eminent domain on the east side if it was at that point absolutely necessary to stop flooding instead of taking it early on the west side?
I suppose you can always kick the can down the road.
Well, you don't know for sure if you get. The county has said she doesn't even know for sure if they're going to build a drainage ditch. And I've been told. I'm going to tell you. I've been told that that's not our intent at this point. So the point is, if it's not, why are we going after eminent domain in that little sliver if it wasn't absolutely necessary and if we could have done something different? Now, again, I'm going to tell you, I don't know why David doesn't take the money from it. He's not going to use that land for anything, but that's David's deal, and maybe that's why some people are saying he's obstructing this. But I'm just trying to see why we as a county can't do that. Instead, we got all this land on the east that we're not using at this point, but we're going to instead take the land to the west under a forcible court order.
Well, what I was alluding to before, we're trying to not kick the can down the road. But that's why we have converted the temporary construction easements into right-of-way acquisitions, because we know down the road we're going to need to access those.
Let's have order. Thanks. We got the message. If you could speak louder.
Yeah, I can lean in. We're trying to obtain all that we'll need now and in the future in this moment. The county has in the past kicked this project down the road. I mean, we originally entered into this development agreement with Park Ranch to build 2 lanes of Mueller Parkway back in 2005, and nothing was done. It was amended in 2019, and a specific timeline of 6 years was put on it. And now we are under the gun. We have a contract. We have to comply. So we're trying to accomplish it now.
Yeah, I don't want to beat a dead horse, and I won't even ask another question, but I'm not getting an answer of why we won't use the land that's already there, that we've already taken from the development agreement to cover that sliver of land to the west. And then if we need more land later on, then you do eminent domain later on next to it. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me, but I'll go on from because I don't want to take all day, and I know everybody's anxious.
I do just want to mention that the road is, as Mr. Hutchings presented, it's built.
Okay. Well, I mean, okay, I'm not going to ask that question. Has a county, this is another question I was going to ask about it, has a county built on land that they're going to be taking for eminent domain yet, or is it just they're going to use in the future?
I believe there's an area around the roundabout where the county did exceed the right-of-way.
That's sort of a problem, isn't it?
That's part of why we are pursuing eminent domain.
Okay. Okay, all through the development agreement, it talks about the county doing certain drainage stuff. Some is going to be paid with a developer, some is going to be paid by the county, all over the place. Now, I know that we have some culverts put in, but we're not doing the drainage this time. What are we doing as a county to alleviate the drainage in that area right now before the eminent domain?
Well, I think our efforts thus far have been focused upstream.
Okay, so in the development agreement where Park gave away all this land and we did, said we were going to handle some drainage stuff, we haven't done stuff in that area yet. We just done stuff upstream that should alleviate the problem down in this area, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you cannot build the ditch at this time because of the amount of water that would enter it exceeds its capacity. So you have to perform upstream improvements before you can construct the ditch.
So this is going to get to my next, and I think a really important question to me is, I wasn't around when this stuff was being discussed. First of all, I would never I voted for this development agreement. I'm sorry, Mr. Park. I think you got a great deal here. I agree with what some of the speakers have said. You know, he's the only one not building a road there. But that was an agreement that the county commission before us agreed to. So what I'm trying to get at is, if the county entered into this agreement with Park, didn't the county have a plan on how to handle the flooding in the area? And wasn't that plan that they had part of the land they were taken from to be used from the development agreement?
Thank you, Commissioner Tarkanian, for the question. So yes, we had plans regarding drainage, mostly having to do with upstream storage. The channel we wanted to acquire so that if we weren't able to build all of the pieces of upstream storage, and I think this is a really important point, and I appreciate the opportunity to continue to answer the question. So the parcels that we have identified upstream are not 100% within the control of the county. Some of them are on federal land, some of them are private parcels that we would have to purchase. So our ability to build all of our plans upstream was going to be hindered in part. So we wanted to leave our options open and be able to use a combination of both upstream storage and the channel to pull as many people out of the floodplain as we could.
Then did you have an intent at that time to have to either purchase additional land and get Park to agree to it, or do you utilize eminent domain at that point? Because to me, you don't have, you guys don't have a plan. You did, when you agreed to these homes, and it's 3,500 homes being built in that area, or more maybe, there should have been a plan of how this flooding was going to happen and be handled. And my question is, why is it changing now? And it has changed. I mean, we went from a road that was going to be built higher to a flat road. We made that decision to change it when I was on the board. So this was after the development agreement. We have a specific plan by Mr. Park that was down there that shows the flood going on the north side through his property inside the Beltway. And now we raise the road to make it go outside the Beltway. So we've changed, and when everybody talks about Mr. Park's been the problem and the hindrance, I'm just trying to understand why the county has changed what it had planned to do before, unless it just hadn't planned it out yet, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. Did it not have an idea of how to handle this, and we will go on, from a, off-the-cuff decision-making?
Thank you again, Commissioner Tarkanian, for your question. The county's plan was always to build this road in the drainage in phases, and that is what we were doing. We locked ourselves in to a 6-year deadline to construct 2 lanes of Muller Parkway. Our plans after that were to find the funding to do the drainage improvements that we had contemplated. It is one of the reasons why we required in the specific plan for Mr. Park to include in his design how this floodwater should be handled and addressed as part of their development. That was our plan, to always do it in phasing as funding became available.
Yeah, but we've all stated, and you would have realized, or whoever was the county manager at the time, that we weren't going to build those flood basins up on the east side of the mountains before these people were building homes. There's not the money there. It's not even going to be close. So we couldn't rely upon that to be done before these homes were built. So my last question deals with this. The county has to approve these specific plans, correct?
Correct.
So Mr. Park in 2020 submits a specific plan that shows the flooding going on the the south side of the Mola Parkway on the north side of the Beltway.
Correct.
And the county agreed to that. Well, they had to. They approved the plans. You just said that.
But I'm sorry. I'm going to let Mr. Hutchings step in here because I think I just misstated something.
Yeah, I think you're talking about around neighborhood 1, Commissioner Tarkanian, that's what you're talking about? So if you look at the specific plan exhibit that AJ brought up, the native pasture and floodplain exists on both sides of Muller. The drainage report written by David Park's engineer, Mr. Anderson, for neighborhood 1, which is a little more specific, actually states that Muller Parkway will deflect water, protecting a large portion of that.
Okay, I got to stop you. That's not what that map over there shows. Is that map not right?
I'm not.
The map at the bottom, which is basically the specific plan of that Park had submitted and you guys approved.
Yeah, if you look closely, there's a little strip where the receiving area is zoned today on the north side of Muller. That is what is the native pasture and floodplain in this specific
So
plan.
you're saying there's a little sliver, and therefore it's okay to divert it all over there now. You're missing my point. My point is, he prepared a specific plan that put the water on the south side of the Beltway there, and we built the road up higher and moved it to the north side. Did he agree to that and change it? And if he did, this should be a moot point. We shouldn't have to go through eminent domain. And if he didn't agree to it, why did we do it before we got his agreement? And finally, I don't understand. I've been told that we actually did him a favor by moving it there because it would have hurt his homes in that development. And if it isn't, he should be happy we're moving it there. But when I asked, I believe it was the attorney, or maybe it was Mr. Anderson, was homes being built in that area? And he said no. And I said, well, homes being built in the area now after you moved it out of there? And he said no. And I'm saying, well, what benefit did you get from moving the water from that area?
I think one of the confusing aspects of your question is, I think you're presuming that Park Ranch would accept water anywhere.
Okay, we're going to need to get you a microphone, sir. Sorry. The clerk's office has asked me to make sure.
Or Commissioner Tarkanian. Turn on.
The mic's on. Here's the water's coming down here. This was his specific plan, correct? Correct? This is what you guys told me when I met with you, and you guys have sort of agreed to it when we were here. The water's on the north side or the south side of the Muller Parkway. Now we're moving it this way without Mr. Park permission and before we got his agreement on eminent domain. I'm asking, why did we do that? But my other part is, Mr. Park, if this is helping you, don't you want that? It seems to me like we're all screwing up, just getting fights. This was approved. We didn't do this, though. So now you can't just say it's only Mr. Park's fault. Seems like we have some fault here if we moved it. Okay, that's my question. You want me to keep this up?
Yeah, if you look actually the exhibit on the key, see the green area here? That's part of the native pasture. It says it right there. And flood.
No, the adverse impact of what we are proposing fits within that area.
Could you say that? Yeah, with the mic.
Okay, we have 3 on a time. Okay. You got to love the logistics of the audio in this room, and we are working on that as well. So, what did I just say?
The adverse impacts.
Oh, so the adverse impact is located within that native pasture area. Where we disagree, the parties disagree, is we are saying adverse impact. They are saying impact period. The impact period does not fit within that native pasture area, the 800 feet that Mr. Anderson referenced in his specific plan. But we are saying anything 1 foot, is it 1 foot or greater or above 1 foot? Don't want to miss, 12 inches or greater fits within that area.
But this, just to make sure I understand, you're saying that was in the specific plan that was on the north side of the Mola Parkway is the only area that's going to be a 1 foot or more water on a 100-year plan, with us diverting the water with the raise of the road.
It's that area is what has been defined as the adverse impact, Mr. Tarkanian. I know it's a complicated situation.
You told me the adverse impact is 1 foot of water.
It is.
So I
true.
just said the
But
same
you
thing
said,
you're saying with an adjective.
Right, but I want to make sure I'm clear. There are other areas that will have a depth of 1 foot. Okay. Right. Thank you, Mr. Tolbert.
I just have one more comment, if I may, Madam Chair. We cannot assume that if we had pushed water to the south side of Muller, it would have been acceptable to Park Ranch, more acceptable than pushing it to the north side. They're, in the specific plan, they're designated the same. They're both designated the same.
The problem with that is, though, he's put together a specific plan, and you agreed to it.
Right.
And then now we changed it.
No.
Well, sure we changed it. We raised the road and moved the water to the other side.
It does. What I'm trying to say is, it doesn't matter where you put the water, regardless of the specific plan, because if you pick any of those areas where it's designated for water, Park Ranch has opposed any water on any location, even when it's designated for floodplain. That's why Mr. Anderson's design couldn't go forward, because even though he was aiming water onto the southern end of the Park Ranch development, Park Ranch wouldn't allow it to happen, even though Park Ranch had actually sold an easement to Ashland Park.
He submitted a specific plan that agreed to it.
I know.
So how could you say he didn't agree to it afterwards? I mean, isn't that part of a binding agreement with him, that he has to follow what was approved by the county?
You are articulating the arguments that Ashland Park is making in their lawsuit against Park Ranch.
Commissioner Tolbert, do you have any questions for the county? Commissioner Rice, do you have any questions for the county?
I have no questions. I would like to make a comment before we take a vote, though.
Yes, sir. Would you like to do that now, or would you like to hear the other thoughts first?
Well, let me throw my 2 cents in here.
Very good.
And thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to guard your eyes. I'm going to turn on my camera. And I'm not a beautiful sight to see right now, but my doctor promises me that I will be back in form within a couple of months, weeks, months, better than years. At any rate, I think there's a misconception to a lot of the people that are in this room as to whether or not we're voting to approve eminent domain. That was done at the last meeting. And at the last meeting, I voted against it. I believe that I was the only no vote. And I did that for several reasons. Number one, I was approached by many of the people that I hold in great esteem, including Mr. Anderson. And and I have always been against eminent domain, but that's my problem. One of the things that really shook me to my core was when I asked Mr. Park in our meeting, what would it take for us to get on the same page? And he said a gravel pit. And I don't know how many people in this room were not here when that happened, but the Lake Tahoe Sewer District number 1 presented the they wanted to have a gravel pit, and that would have taken care of the aggregate for Muller Parkway, amongst other things. And then after the gravel pit was depleted, it would have left a beautiful flood control zone, which would have taken quite a bit of area out of the flood control FEMA problem. And there was such a hue and cry that the legislature did away with the Lake Tahoe Sewer District Number 1 and reordinanced it to the Lake Tahoe Douglas County Sewer Authority and changed the governance of the body. And so for us to bring up now wanting to put a gravel pit out there is just beyond me. And I think that we have been more than fair. I have watched this process from the beginning, and we're talking about a 3-foot strip that is totally unusable and paying him a large amount of money. And it's not like we're taking 6.7 acres in the middle of his field. This is a strip that is unusable. And I do not see why we would do anything except approve this, since this is not approving eminent domain. This is simply the terms and agreement. So for that reason, I'm voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Commissioner Gardner, would you like to jump in next? Yes.
I don't have any additional questions from staff. I think they've done an excellent job of presenting this process today, and I really appreciate all the time that they have spent in not only putting this presentation together, but also trying to educate 5 people up here. I do have some comments, however, if this is the appropriate time. So the first thing I wanted to do is basically describe the definition of eminent domain. I went onto the internet and actually drew this down. Okay, eminent domain is the power of the government to take private property and put it to public use in exchange for just compensation. This practice is established by the U.S. Constitution, but it also occurs in many other countries under different names. Seized property is often used for public works or infrastructure projects, as in this case. Property owners can typically sue to keep their property or demand more compensation. As a conservative Republican, I am fundamentally not in favor of eminent domain. However, in this case, our April 17th action was disappointingly unavoidable and required. Now, with that saying, deciding to institute that process back in April 17th of this year, that was not an easy decision for this commissioner to make, especially when it involves a family who has been in our community for a very long time and has been very benevolent over a great many years. Understanding, however, our pending deadline for the build-out of Muller Lane and the need for additional right-of-way, we initiated this process in April of this year. We are not here today to revisit or to rescind that eminent domain decision. That's not what's on the agenda today. When this issue went before the judge, he indicated that he needed better descriptions of the land. And that is one of the primary purposes of this resolution today, is provide the judge with better descriptions of the land. In that process, we also felt that our appraisal might need adjustment. So that's also what we did, and that's why we're here today. Now, our previous request back in April noted areas of right-of-way we needed beyond the right-of-way that is afforded to us to construct and maintain Muller Lane in the future. However, those pieces were not contiguous. There were a few feet here, a few feet there, a few feet here, a few feet there, okay? So they were not contiguous. So in this process, we have corrected that, and we feel it is better just to buy those pieces versus having to go back on a basis by basis by basis, need basis in the future and request the use of those in a temporary manner. In addition, we felt that the possibility of floodwater, which will potentially, there's no indication that it ever will, but I mean, so in addition, we felt that the possibility of floodwater, which will potentially move around Buckeye Farms due to our building of Muller Parkway above grade, might have greater adverse effects on the Park Ranch property to the north. So, in that recognition, we have increased our offer, and that's what's before us today, is paying him for that increase. I know that members of the public are probably going to be angry at me for paying for something out of taxpayer money. This is taxpayer money. Okay, I know that members of the public are going to be angry with me for paying out of taxpayer money for the access of the right-of-way, which are already allowed with us in the development agreement. They're already allowed us in the development agreement. So, you would think that Park Ranch Holdings would be actually advocating for approval of this amendment today, or certainly making a counteroffer, which they haven't done. So with that being said, and with the new appraisal done on these two issues, I agree that this is the only fair thing to do, is to increase our compensation for those inconveniences that I see. And so when it's appropriate time, will be glad to entertain them, or actually offer a motion. Thank you.
Would one of you like to go next? You're done? All right. Commissioner Tolbert, do you want to make comments? Do you want me to make mine first? Okay. First, I want to note that there may be some people who are attending today who are concerned about flooding in Chichester. That I thought might be touched on in the county's presentation, but in fact, it really was not. And I am concerned that there are worries in the community. And I have asked county to find a venue where it's appropriate to share more information about that, so that we don't run afoul of open meeting law and that we get your concerns taken care of. The development agreement at the heart of this agenda item was entered into before any of us except Wes Rice were commissioners. Regardless of whether we may or may not agree whether the development agreement should have been entered into, it is now our responsibility to implement it in the best interests of Douglas County residents, consistent with the law and with our rights under the agreement. Although Mr. Park is a rancher, in relation to this property, by virtue of this development agreement and his Buckeye Farm development plan, he has a developer hat on. The development agreement's main benefit to Mr. Park was zoning changes that allowed up to 2,500 homes. Mr. Park has this property for sale as development land for about $100 million, and he already sold a chunk of land to Matt Carter. So he has benefited by millions and millions of dollars from the development agreement. This zoning change was a huge loss for the county. What I have heard consistently from our residents, number one, please keep our county rural. And in this development agreement, we gave up prime ag land in the heart of our valley. So giving up this zoning was a huge loss. What did we get in return? We got approximately 76 acres on which to build Muller Parkway and promises that Mr. Park would cooperate in its building. The road had not been engineered when the development agreement was executed. That would have been the wrong order, right? Because you wouldn't spend money to engineer a road before you have the right-of-way. So when this agreement was executed, it was expected that the county and Mr. Park would have additional matters that would require cooperation and negotiation in good faith. Multiple places in the agreement speak to this, and they've been already mentioned by the county today, but including the sentence, owner agrees that it will cooperate with the county in the implementation of this agreement. That's in 6.4. In 5.7, we have a right to enter and construct. In 5.1, the right-of-way is addressed. That's where it says the parties agree to negotiate in good faith for the acquisition of additional right-of-way. And now I know Mr. Park's position is that that's only when there's federal funding involved, and federal funding requires extra land, but the title of that paragraph is right-of-way, not federal funding. So I think that sentence is broader. I want to stop and address negotiation efforts. We have tried very hard to find an alternative to eminent domain. I would love nothing more than to come to peaceful resolution and move forward amicably. Douglas County residents have long insisted to the full extent possible that development pay for itself. Through the terms of this development agreement, we're building a road that provides access to Mr. Park's $100 million property. In other developments, the county has required that the developer build the road to the development. In addition to the value of his changed zoning, Mr. Park is getting a road to his development that he is not paying for. To give Mr. Park a lot more money for what we have already paid goes against the principle that development should pay for itself. When we asked Mr. Park what he wanted in exchange for the property we're seeking, as Commissioner Rice noted, he responded that he wants a gravel pit. In discussions outside of the public meeting, the county actually tried to talk to him about, look, you can have an area to excavate. You can get fill, you can get dirt, you can get gravel, and you can build us a detention pond. You can take as much as we need to have a detention pond. And his response was a rejection because he didn't want just that. He wanted a 30-year commercial gravel pit operation and an asphalt permit. When the county tried to negotiate the dollar amount for the property we're seeking, he responded that he wanted $15 million. In other negotiations, Mr. Park has indicated he wants to have all of his property removed from any floodwater whatsoever, and that would cost, as you've heard today, in the range of $67 million. None of Mr. Park's suggestions are even remotely in the ballpark of the value of the property we are seeking, which is $635,000, as established by a qualified appraiser. The county has repeatedly asked Mr. Park and his representatives for counteroffers within a fair range. He has not provided anything worth less than millions of dollars as a counter. There are red herrings that have been brought up. One is that the Park family deserves our gratitude, recognition, and all kinds of stuff because they have been a part of our community for so long. I agree they deserve our gratitude and our recognition. They do not deserve $15 million and a gravel pit. A red herring is that this is an attack on ag and on ranching. An attack on ag would have been for us to use eminent domain to get the 76 acres for the road. We didn't do that. We ended up in an agreement to get that land. These right-of-way acquisitions are tiny slivers of land next to the road. I've walked these pieces. They do not take anything away from Mr. Park's agricultural endeavors. Regarding the 100-year flood easements, they are in land that Mr. Park flood irrigates. It is a red herring to say that he can't sell this land now. There's lots of places in this valley where people are building on A19 and floodplain. I am sad to say, but it is true and it can be done. By perching a 100-year flood easement on this property, we're only using the land exactly how he intended and designated it to be used all throughout in several places that have already been noted today in the specific plan. It is a red herring to say that the road is not built to standard. The road is built to standard. It has the appropriate base, it has the appropriate materials, it is a strong road, it is a good road. It does not have curb and gutter. That is consistent with other rural roads. Curb and gutter is not really required generally until there's a development next to the road. It is a red herring to say that Chichester will flood. I will save the rest of my argument on that point because we have not thoroughly discussed Chichester flooding, and I want the county to address the fears that have been created on that front. It is a red herring to say that there are soft shoulders and the road is unsafely built. The road's not even open yet. The county's still working on it. The county will assess safety and will take whatever measures it needs to make sure the road is safe. It is a red herring to say that the county's taking more land now than it proposed taking when we heard this eminent domain item previously. I don't understand that, and I have heard Mr. Park's representatives argue both that we're taking too much and that we're not taking enough. But in any event, the saying that's gone through my head again and again is good fences make good neighbors. And the principle behind that is when we have a clear boundary, we know where we're at and what we can do. And the relationship has been so fraught with contention the past few years. A clear boundary is going to be a very beneficial thing. I want to support ag. I want development to pay its own way. I want better interactions with Mr. Park. I hope we get to that point. Regarding this development agreement, I must give the residents the benefit of their bargain, and that requires me voting for this eminent domain. This adjustment to the eminent domain. Thank you for your patience as I got all of that out. All right, Mr. Tolbert.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to reiterate some of the things that have already been said, but I want to make sure that before we take any action today that my position is clear and so there's no misunderstanding. And first, the agenda item before us is very specific. We are voting on, as you've heard, whether to move forward with the updated legal descriptions that accurately reflect the taking proposed in the action, and whether to update the offer based on those descriptions and the new appraisal from an appraiser experienced in these types of cases. We are not voting on whether to rescind the eminent domain action today. That is not on the agenda, and even if we want to take that action, we legally cannot do that in this meeting today because it has not been agendized. Now, stepping back to when we originally voted to initiate the eminent domain, at that time, I supported the action as a procedural step. If you'll remember, I said as a matter of procedure so that I do not handcuff the county and their ability to move forward. But I also made it clear that I believe that the parties could work out a resolution without it having to go to the judge. I still stand by that reasoning and by my vote based on that information that I had at the time. Excuse me. After that vote, I was told that I had created a problem for myself in the ranching community because of eminent domain. So I reached out directly to find out where I stood. What I found was not what I expected. Actually, there was very little support for Park Ranch in this process. One response summed up the sentiment. Mr. Park put on a developer hat and got in bed with the county. Now he's surprised by how the county's treating him. So, as I spoke with more members of the ranching community, I heard similar reactions. But I also heard one constant theme. that no one was surprised that a rancher had raised concerns to the county, been ignored, and wound up disadvantaged, just as this has happened to other ranchers and in many other cases to that community in itself over the years. So with that, I have 2 points. First, we need to end the narrative that this eminent domain action is somehow targeting a rancher because he is a rancher. This situation is the product of development, period. And it is important that we keep that distinction clear, because I agree that the Park family is incredible and have done wonderful things over the years, and I hope they continue to do so. But second, the pattern that I heard from ranchers aligns with what I have heard for a long time from the construction and development community over many years, not casting stones today or on any particular group of staff, but fairly or unfairly, county staff has built a perception that mirrors, for me, that scene out of Fried Green Tomatoes when the sheriff declares, "I don't care what you like or what you don't like. I'm the law around here, and what I say goes." So I know I was trying to add levity, but didn't work. But honestly, that perception's damaging, and it's imperative that we change that perception. So today's process, sitting through this, and I know a lot of times you'll see me typing. I've been modifying what I've been, preparing. I have some of this, of course, pre-prepared, but a lot of it I wasn't sure where I was headed. But today's process has made something else very clear. The amount of animosity built up over the long history of this issue has made it extraordinarily difficult for the parties to find common ground. The tension's palpable, the distrust is deep, and the disagreements are entrenched. It's no wonder that we are now in a place where the judge has to step in, because after everything that's transpired, the path to a mutually agreed resolution has become nearly impossible for the parties to reach on their own. I made the analogy that it's like mom and dad have split up and they're fighting over the kids, and we can't, Miller Parkway's the kid, and we have to go to the family court, and the judge has to decide who gets custody. So it's very similar to that in my mind. So where does that leave us? I want to put it on the record that I've engaged in direct conversations with both Mr. Park and Mr. Anderson, with the goal of understanding their perspectives and opening a dialogue between the parties. I've made every effort to encourage communication, compromise, and clarity. So I'll wrap this up. At this point, our responsibility is to navigate a complicated situation with honesty, fairness, and a commitment to the greatest good for the greatest number of people. We cannot rewrite the past. We cannot unring the bell of decisions already made, but we can acknowledge where we are. We can accept the legal and procedural realities in front of us and choose a path that minimizes harm, maximizes transparency, and moves this community forward. No one's going to get everything they want in a moment like this, but what we can strive for, and what I'm striving for, is a resolution grounded in facts, guided by law, and shaped by respect for everyone involved. My hope is that both parties and this community can eventually look back on this decision and say that even through disagreements, we acted with integrity, and with long-term help of Douglas County in mind. So remember, today's vote is not the end of this story, but it is the next step. And I intend to take that step in a way that honors my obligations to the community and reflects the trust placed in me, and to find the best possible path forward. So, Madam Chair, if you'll let me make a motion. I move that we approve Resolution 2025R-043 based on the need to complete Mueller Parkway, the staff presentations, the public comment, and the information that Mr. Park has provided. The board also directs staff to attempt negotiations in regard to the possible terms alluded to by council in their presentation.
I'll
Madam
second
Chair,
that.
Commissioner Gardner.
So
It's
we
been
need
moved
to-
by Tolbert, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian. We'll pause for discussion. Commissioner Gardner.
I know that you intended to also add the A to that because this is amended. So I think what your resolution or your motion is 2025R-043A.
A, correct.
Right?
Thank you.
Okay, because that's an important distinction. Okay, on the record. So thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We'll take a 5-minute break. Maybe 10-minute. We'll finish this meeting resuming at 4. All right, it's 4:01 and we're going to pick this up and finish it, this meeting. All right, agenda item 13 for presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or any other meetings function they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. Is Commissioner Rice, are you still with us?
And as you know, I haven't been able to attend much of anything except laying in bed looking at the tiles on the roof of the ceiling of my hospital room. But I am back in service, I hope. And I was delighted that I was able to at least make part of this meeting. And I promise that I will be able to make many more. So thank you so much. And I really appreciate all the good thoughts and prayers that I received during my illness. And one thing I want to make clear is we have been, Ben Zell, Walsh, and Rice have been criticized for the transfer of Sleeping Elephant. But don't forget that gave us the right to Muller Parkway. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
We're so pleased that you joined us today and that you're on the mend, and wish you the very best.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Tolbert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just trying to make sure I cover everything. I did attend the Nevada Works board meeting last Friday. That was very encouraging to see all the programs that are available to our rural communities to help people who are displaced workers. Especially, there's a lot of work there to help people get retrained and get back into the workforce, and they're doing a lot of good work there. They do kind of focus on the medical field with most of where their work lies, but they are also inclusive of the trades. And we had a success story from, I believe, Ely, with a guy that was retrained into diesel mechanics. And so he had a new job, new career, and he was prospering. So it was really cool to have an actual case person step up and say, this is what I did, and thank you to these people. And it was really, really good, really moving, and nice to know that that's still around. Also, got to plug my fellow Kiwanians. This Saturday is Turkey Bingo. So CVIC Hall, noon, 3 and 6. 135 turkeys. Yeah. Yeah, plugging them. There's 135 turkeys available for bingo. And thank you to ABE. I don't know if we're supposed to plug or not, but he donated a lot of those. So I really appreciate ABE putting in their continued support of the community. That's it.
Commissioner Tarkanian? Commissioner Gardner?
Yes, just a couple of things. We have a very robust Christmas season coming up before us in the county. A lot of activities. Please go. Oh, okay. Now, thank you. We have a lot of activities coming up, and please look at our Visitors Authority or our Chamber of Commerce for information on exactly when all of that is going to transpire. And we have Thanksgiving, of course, coming up next Thursday. So I hope everybody, wish everybody a nice Thanksgiving. Other than that, we have a NACO Board of Directors meeting tomorrow morning at 9:30. Other than that, I have nothing else to report. Thank you.
Great. I got a wonderful email this morning at 5:31 a.m. from CEO Jeff Prater of Carson Valley Health, informing me that Carson Valley Health is now a level 4 trauma center. He says we are the first in the state and the only trauma center outside of Washoe and Clark County. So the first level 4 trauma center and the only trauma center outside of Washoe and Clark. That is remarkable. I went to a fundraiser for RISE organization, which is part of Family Support Council, to support the shelter, the domestic violence shelter, and that was an excellent event. And I just wanted to pause and note what great work that organization is doing. We had a meeting with folks from Ruinstrath who've been impacted by flooding, in which our county staff explained lots of details about the $350,000 that we approved spending, and that was a productive meeting. Yeah, I attended the Arts Council meeting and learned that the contract to get a preliminary plan for the Ironwood Theater is going to be a little bit more expensive than planned, but half of that will be paid for by the Arts Council and the other half by the community foundation, the community center, the community foundation. What is Community Services Foundation? Thank you. And so, and I will also note here that was paid for not from general funds, but from funds that are specifically designated for Parks and Rec and that and related activities from room tax. So it was paid for by visitors largely. And that's all I have. Okay. Moving to closing public comment. Mr. Gibson.
Jason Gibson, I'd like to reflect on a couple of key points. Commissioner Gardner made reference to the Constitution for the United States for America in defining eminent domain. And that's rather ironic, being that we don't have a constitutional form of governance. The Constitution was framed on specific design principles of supramental aesthetic derived from the organic order, the same organic order that is being maladministrated by means of a legal fiction doing business as a corporate entity, and that corporate entity is deviant from its constitutional charter, from the organic principles that we are all supposed to be taking our cues from. Fortunately, the Republic has been restored, and there'll be a peaceful conversion to this nightmare that you call a country. Very violent social fabric you've created here, Douglas County. I was assaulted on Halloween night, and I've never been assaulted like that in all the places that I've traveled, and I've traveled extensively, but I've never been assaulted like that in my own hometown ever. And I've only been assaulted twice like that, and both times it's been in Douglas County. You're going to experience the same distension with the Park Family Ranch Muller Way Park project that you're going to experience with your so-called Justice Law Enforcement Center, because you designed that criminal enterprise according to the same deviant practices that you're using to orchestrate the resources of this county and our future. And what's going to come to light is going to recharter this county in a good way. And it will be the American Common Law Resource Center for the people, by the people, as opposed to the meat grinder that it is today. You've got the notice, the emolument notice on May 1st that you're funding crime. You're funding criminals, and you're responsible for paying the salaries of agents who routinely break their constitutional oath, their pledge, who violate their service contracts, and will be exposed for the very sophisticated racketeering scheme that's resulted in the misfortune and the genocide of First Nation peoples. You're still practicing the same principle of identity theft, cultural genocide, kidnapping, and coveting of land and resources and cultural values, and that's going to be coming to light very soon.
All right, Mr. Gibson. Before we have another one. Ms. Waller, welcome.
Ellie Waller. Observation, both sides had compelling arguments and missteps today. Lessons learned must be taken into consideration. Mr. Slade's comment today as well was very correct. I moved to this county in 2019, and my first introduction was the development agreement for this Park Agri-Hood. And I know we elect officials, and sometimes decisions are made based on different things that the county members, public, do not understand. If indeed the primary reason was to get a highway built with not really knowing the floodplain was going to become an issue, we need to look very closely at how we make decisions in the future. Clear Creek is the second closest to that when it was assigned as a receiving area. I happen to live in North County and am very blessed now that there isn't going to be future development in that floodplain. Freedom Ranch had a FEMA letter that expired after 5 years. There is extensive flooding in those multi-million-dollar homes. A vault had to be built due to a litigation there. They now believe the vault isn't big enough because that floodplain hasn't been analyzed as well to any level of detail. Next, I'll get back to Tahoe. Sometimes I hear in public that the population base doesn't deserve as much obligation from the county. And I've been very consistent about my belief that we do need dedicated staff. I'm hoping sometime in the future that will happen. We could avoid issues like the glamping issue, a project that was brought forward that you as commissioners, the planning commissioners, did not have any public input. It's an exploitation by that attorney and their applicant. I hope that that doesn't happen. They deserve better in Tahoe. And lastly, I did turn in a 40-page document because that's about and related to the Tahoe Douglas area plan coming up. And there will be ramifications for the Oliver Park residents, again, with 65 feet that could go on multifamily there that was neglected to be reported at the, whatever we call that, workshop. Thank you.
Jim Slade. Muller Parkway isn't and never will be a real bypass. It is a road to facilitate residential growth. Two wrongs don't make a right, but now we're committed to it, so I applaud your vote earlier today. It should be noted that the young man who was so rude to Chair Hales is Marianne Martin Park's son. And I thought his comments were way out of line, and I applaud Chair Hales for trying to run a good meeting, which I think she mostly succeeded in doing in a very tough environment today. I'd like to add a couple of more comments on the stormwater issue. A number of people have come up to me and talked about the importance here of individual responsibility, but also developer responsibility and neighborhood responsibility as the first line of defense against flooding. The county should remember the idea of caveat emptor, buyer beware. If you buy a home next to a creek, you can't be surprised if it floods once in 100 years or even twice. Most people here in Douglas County want to see smaller government and less taxes. The answer can't always be government involvement. Johnson Lane, regarding their floods in 2014 and 2015, it's my understanding from hearing many people with more knowledge than me that there was an upper development that was built first. There was a lower development built first, and when an upper development was built later, It directed stormwaters off of their property, and that's what created the focus of where the flooding was down below. And that was something that was allowed by the county and shouldn't have been. The people in Johnson Lane were required to clean their own culverts. At least 3/4 of them did not. And so now that the county has taken over that responsibility, but that's one of the reasons why the flooding was worse than it needed to be. I mentioned that our county manager has mentioned several times that there seems to be a fire or a flood in Douglas County every year. And I noted that $140 million was being suggested for flood control and none for fire control. Now, I'm not suggesting that there should be $140 million spent on fire control. I live in a fire-prone area in the interface between urban and wildlands, and I take that responsibility on my own. And if my house burns down, I'm not going to sue the county any more than if Luther Creek, which runs through my property, floods. I take responsibility. That's where I chose to live, and I take responsibility for that. It would be nice if the county would support grants for some place on the interface other than Genoa to do some fuels reduction, and I hope you will in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Ms. Cowan.
I just would like to thank the board for their hard work and for allowing public comment. As many of you know, I'm running for State Assembly District 39. As I'd like to point out the many high-profile, we'll call it that, high-profile decisions this board and the county manager have been involved in, which just gives credence that local government knows best their citizens and can best represent their citizens and the needs of this county. And so I believe that moving forward, should I be elected, you should expect a close collaboration with the people on this board to make sure that our citizens are have everything that they need from state and local government. And with that being said, I would like to also invite you to the Nevada First Party. That is December the 4th. We're going to be talking about Nevada First in business and government and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Public comment is closed. Before we adjourn, I want to thank Tanya Baldav because she should deserve combat pay today. Really appreciate your help. Same with Rachel Evanson and all of the staff. Very much appreciate your good work. We are adjourned.
Good day, all, and it's good seeing you.
Oh, bye.
Bye, Wes. Take care.